Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a truncated version of Uldum. Oh, man. So, yeah, real quick, I'm just going to repeat myself very, very quickly here. Interesting. I found some interesting stuff. So I finished going through the audit, or the first of 15 audits. There's so many audits here, about Vashir. Vashir is currently the second best zone we have covered. That is in spite of 9 separate negatives given for the bugginess and the skippiness and the general cutscene problems of Vashir. It's still the second best zone we've covered. Really think about what that means and how good that frickin' zone is. Like, really process that for a second. Now, we might have peaked. We'll see. But Jay Palmer asks a fantastic question. Do you think they're just going to give up on any of the other cutscenes? As it happens, I know all the cutscenes in Kata, so I will be able to tell you if any cutscenes are being skipped. We will see. But for now, here's how Uldum starts. So as you can see, it's Mac, Samir, Adara, who has been rescued from Vashir, obviously, and of course, everyone's favorite guy, Bud.
Good day to you.
So they have successfully been rescued from Vashir, and they've been hired to run this caravan up into the newly explored Uldum. As we've actually talked about this prior to now. Back in the day, all the way back in vanilla, this zone, right, you can see it right in front of me, that giant-ass gate in front of us existed. That was in vanilla. And was impassable. Like, there was, even if you could get through the door, which some people could bug through, there was nothing actually past it. As it happens, there's nothing past there now. However, over here is where the actual entrance to Uldum is. This giant zone, which in lore was being, illusioned away, thanks to the Titan device, which was damaged by the Cataclysm. But in gameplay, I have no idea why they decided to just make this whole other highway up into Uldum over here. So, this is now the 4th time we've seen this mercenary crew. Zul'Aman, Grizzly Hills, Vashir, and Uldum.
How are you?
Hello there. Whatever brought you, I'm glad you're here. My friends will never admit it, but we could really use a hand. The ancient region of Uldum has been exposed. Treasures beyond your wildest dreams free for the taking. We just need a bit of an escort, what with the bandits and all. Yeah?
You know about the funny thing that just occurred to me?
What was that?
Not only do you have horrible luck with ordering food,
Uh-huh.
but you have horribly inventive luck.
What happened?
No, because we want it. Normally we just miss stuff.
Oh.
This time, we didn't have a clue where our book was, and it took twice as long as it was.
Oh my god, you're right. Listen, Maverick. Zeppelins are a myth. So, you're welcome to all the loot you can haul off. Well, we do have a lust for loot, remember.
Safe travels.
So let's go talk on Lady Humps. No, don't cancel, don't cancel. Yeah, of course, Hira. I actually paid attention to the lore. So I noticed no voice acting. For some reason, Uldum just has no voice acting. Was she just standing on that? Oh my god. Anyways, nobody rides Lady Humps. What? Look at her, she's standing on the cat. So here's... I love these guys just because of their voice acting. How many coconuts can we get for the ugly one? $3? He would have paid $5 easy. Dummy. No, there are no Indiana Jones references in this zone. None. Okay, so now we're in a cage. Canonically at like level 85, so we can break out of here effortlessly and by ourselves. But for the moment, we'll go ahead and play along with them.
You need something?
Smells like someone is in this cell recently. Gross.
See you around.
There we go. So Adara just kind of lets us out there. That was my last lockpick. Here comes the guard. Take him out. What's the guard? I don't see a guard. Oh crap, the guard! It's the feds! Cheese it! Oh, well done. I was about to jump in, but it looked like you had it under control. Uh-huh. The cat creature chained to us looks like he wants to talk. Maybe he can help us, but be careful. Yes, excuse me. What are you? You look like a centaur, but you're a cat person? Ah, that's weird. Please, stranger. You must help me. I came here to investigate the arrival of a powerful ally to the Neferset, only to be betrayed by my closest allies and given up to the enemy. Go to the terrace above us to the east to find the information I failed to uncover. You'll need to hide from the Neferset. Perhaps you can hide behind one of the large plants. It's okay, Lunaruth. I know I'm not worth watching. I know Diablo Immortal is better than me in every way. You're the last of your tribe with any sons left. As a reward for giving us Prince Nadun, I grant you the gift that is your birthright and more. Your makers failed you. Your flawed race succumbed to the curse of flesh. Lord Deathwing's gift makes you perfect again. Alright, so. Negative to story. No, right out of the gate. A huge amount of the plot of this zone hinges on the fact that an air elemental has the power to imbue people with something on behalf of Deathwing that undoes the curse of flesh. That doesn't make sense on any level whatsoever, and is stupid. Yeah, there's so many question marks there, and I'm just going to spoil this for you. There are no answers. This would make so much more sense if this was essentially a trick. If they're like, yeah, no, we'll totally uncurse you. And he just turns them into mindless automatons, right? Or actually, converts them into golems, basically. But no. Oh yeah, maybe it's an illusion, and they're like, aha! But no. No, this actually works, apparently. Sure. Excuse me. That's another thing. Look, plates are full. Why? So, yeah. I should also mention something that's going on here. So, Ragnaros is working with the old gods, with N'Zoth. Now, that makes perfect sense. There's a lot of connection threads between the Twilight's Hammer and the Fire Lord. Ragnaros is very, very invested in burning and destroying everything. So there's a lot of logic behind Ragnaros joining N'Zoth. Cool. No questions, no problems. Why is Alakir joining the old gods? Why is Alakir on the side of N'Zoth? Now, to be clear, once upon a time, a long time ago, all 4 of the elements were actually enslaved by the old gods and used as puppets and pawns as the old gods would constantly fight each other, right? Now that makes sense. Chaos, violence, sure, whatever. But when the Titans showed up and freed the elements from control of the old gods, then they stopped being loyal minions. Again, Ragnaros deciding to continue to follow N'Zoth makes sense. It is in his interests to follow the side of N'Zoth. What the hell does Alakir get out of any of this? To be clear, that's not Alakir. This is like the major domo of Alakir. But yeah, that's another thing, by the way. This guy is like one of the number 2 leaders of the entirety of the air elementals. Sure. Anyways, so Alakir's motivations are never really explored or explained, and they never do anything with it. We end up showing up, and Alakir's like, all right, let's fight. And then we kill him, and I'll show this on camera, probably tomorrow. But, like, I don't even know what else to add to this. It is so nonsensical and stupid. And the biggest problem is it makes no sense. The problem is the air elementals are basically not considered here. We get a fairly large amount of development for water in Vashir and in the future. We're also going to get a whole water raid, if you remember. We get a fairly large amount of development for fire, who also get a whole raid and an entire endgame zone devoted to them. 2 zones, actually, now that I think about that. We get a decent amount with Earth, who also have an endgame zone and a dungeon and a bunch of stuff. So Earth, fire, and water are pretty well fleshed out in Cataclysm. And air is there. And that's kind of the problem. Alakir, as Miristar already pointed out, isn't a character here. This is literally a character negative. You were taking one of the elemental lords, turning them into a raid boss for no reason, and then just knocking them over. If that sounds familiar, we've covered that kind of a negative before, because the WoW has already taken major characters, turned them into a raid boss for no reason, and then knocked them off the board. In the interest of fairness, while this sucks, and it does deserve a negative, I do like that we eventually turn this into something good during Legion. If that sounds familiar, I've said that like 50 times in this run. Anyways, so, one moment, please. I mean, kinda, yeah. It's almost like Legion... Like, I know I talk Legion up a lot. It's something I will not apologize for. But one of the things I liked most about Legion is it tried very hard to wrap everything up. To take a whole lot of disparate plot threads that have been left dangling or didn't make sense and tried to do something with them. If that sounds familiar, then congrats, you've played FF14. No spoilers, but you know what I'm referencing. In fact, I'm actually referencing like 5 things, but there's one big thing I had in mind. So, a Jinn we must escape as soon as possible. This unholy alliance of the Neferset and the minions of Deathwing does not bode well for us. I'm not sure what knuckle-headed plan your friend is concocting, but we're going to need a distraction if we have a chance of escaping. Take the torch from that brazier, go start some fires. Perhaps if we divert the Neferset scum's attention away for a few minutes, we'll have the opportunity we need. Kavim was cruel enough before the Neferset signed up with Deathwing. His pleasure in deriving pain now borders on the insane. It is he who now holds the keys to our shackles. He dwells in the building next to us to my right. Find him and take the key from him. And do not hesitate or show him mercy. He will slit your throat and think nothing of it. Yes, Throne of Tides is the end of Vashir. And, not counting Legion, it has never been followed through on. And yes, that is a Jinn. So there's only 4 Jinns. That's the point. North Wind, East Wind, West Wind, and South Wind. So there's 1 Jinn for each wind, and each of them has their own powers based on that. One is healing, one is frost, one is just straight up like heat, and the other one is like buffeting, like force damage, right? And each of them do have boss fights relative to their overall styles. It's pretty cool. I like it. You can do it, Bregwin. Anyways, for those of you who look around like, this looks familiar. Yes, it does. But for those of you who don't, I just want to point out, this is actually the dungeon at the end of the Uldum zone. I'll give you credit on that one. When we first enter Uldum, the first thing that happens is we're captured and thrown into the dungeon at the end of the zone. Now, I know what you're thinking. But Lord, there's 3 dungeons in this zone. And you're right, there are actually 3 disparate plot threads going through Uldum, and this is one of them. One of them terminates here. Alright, bud, what do you got for me?
You need something?
I've got an idea! Trust me, it's a good one this time. Get people some of those shiny armor pieces the cat people wear. This plan cannot fail. Trust me!
Have a good one.
I mean, in fairness, you did let me crack the statue that was keeping you cursed. So, you know, there's some kind of a brain still lurking in there. Somewhere. Look, the plan will not fail. The plan cannot fail. The plan must not fail. Well, Bud was not crazy, if that's what you're asking. And then he was captured by trolls in Zul'Aman, and he has never been the same since. Yeah. Honestly, to be quite frank, more people should probably be insane like Bud is. The Zul'Aman, the Amani, they didn't treat people very well. I know, try to be shocked. By the way, as with every zone from now onwards, I hope you like a lot of visual storytelling and brickwork and doodad positives. I'm not actually going to give any positives yet, because again, this is the dungeon, so the dungeon will get these positives. However, well, Uldum is not exactly an unattractive looking zone, you know what I mean? It's the second of our 3 dungeons. Oh, good, Bragwin, you did get it. Yay. Yeah, Uldum is pretty. They're all pretty. Like, Tol'vir is one of those rare examples where we're going to give doodad positives for a dungeon. Because, I mean, for God's sakes, look at the market row here. Look at this. Actually, look at it for a second. There's little slips. Like, there's pieces of paper on a stick in the pile indicating what they are and how much they cost. Like, holy crap, you know? Yeah, we're not in vanilla zones anymore. I know we've been stuck in vanilla land for a long time, but no, we are officially in catazones, and it shows. Look at this place. Look at this place. Oh, gorgeous. Anyways, sorry. What I meant to say is this game sucks. It looks terrible. Chicken robots? Don't be ridiculous. Okay, no, they are not chicken robots. I had to check. So, this was one of those non-zones back in vanilla. In other words, there was nothing here. Once you went past the mountain range, if you were to glitch out of the terrain, all you would see is flat, empty terrain going to the edge of the waterline. Not really, J. Palmer. Do I not have? I don't. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that gives me something to work towards. Or I could get it right now. What is that, 2? Yeah, I could do 2. I could do 2. Oh yeah, I can't wait to really start getting up there with talents. Like, we're only at level 35. And we already can run around with, I want to say, 6 or 7 mobs, you know, pets at once. If I hit both cooldowns. Well, to show off the Ritual of Doom, I'm going to need party members, that is to say players, who are willing to die. I don't know, guys. Are you willing to die for me? Would you sacrifice your life for the Magister of Quel'Thalos? To showcase the glory of our demon masters? Also, I don't think I have it yet. When do I get that? Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Ritual Doom, it's right there. Ignore me. Yeah, Ritual of Doom. Begins a ritual that sacrifices a random participant to summon a Doom Guard. Requires a caster and 4 party members. It also has an hour cooldown.
What can I do for you?
Did you get the pieces?
Safe travel.
Excellent. This plan can't possibly go wrong.
See you around.
Yeah, nobody's ever going to use Ritual of Doom. Damn. Yes, I hear the Nephroset calling each other to the east. This might yet work. Excellent. We'll make our way out of here soon enough. Escape is ready. Undo my chains and set your friends free. We must move quickly before the Nephroset scum realize what we're up to. Alright, let's see our big plan for getting free. Free at last! Your reward will be substantial, friends. This is the most moronic, half-assed, ridiculous plan you've ever come up with, bud. But I suppose it's the only plan we've got. What am I grabbing again? Your approach is unorthodox. I suppose with the smoke from the fires, all they'll see is your silhouettes. Look at me! I'm a Manatar! Shut your stupid face, bud. Shut it! Yep, let's get out of here. We are now a Manatar. Perfect plan. I shouldn't be here. Bug! It's okay. I can fly. Oh, I noticed, J. Palmer. Yeah, so I think I've said this a few dozen times. Uldum is the joke zone, in case it wasn't already obvious. The zone literally starts with pygmies capturing us and selling us for coconuts. Yeah, that's the kind of zone we're in. So let's get this out of the way. I love Tolvir architecture. I know it's kind of Egyptian-y, but I'm not sure which type of Egyptian-y, because I know it's a specific thing. And just, oh god, it looks so cool. Very angular stuff, too. Nice squat houses. Good, easy to defend. They've got slanted roofs and slanted walls in order to defend against windstorms. It's great stuff. I don't think anybody enjoys that Lunar, and if they do, there's probably something wrong with them. Also, I love the little aqueducts they have feeding the farms. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, no, I've said it before. The Blizzard architects, and I do stress architects, not just the art design team, they do their homework. They look up how this stuff looks in real life, and they plan accordingly. And yeah, I love how there's, you know, the river, which feeds everything, and the delta, and they've got most of their farms on one half, and then half their farms on the other half, and like domiciles there, up here at the top of the river. And then, of course, the actual city, which is right here up at the gate, right alongside the primary docks. Don't mistake me, I've seen better in this game. But I like Ramkehen. Plus to Ramkehen. Damn you, Talia. I knew it. Plotting against me. Here's King Feoris.
Hail, adventurer.
So I can take the badge. Which gives you a lot of rep or money. I'm going to take the money.
Farewell, traveler.
Now that you've been suitably rewarded, I hope I can speak with you frankly. You've done my kingdom... Whoa, we've lost internet. You've done my kingdom a great favor, but you've also unbalanced a fragile peace process. I was pursuing my brother's release strictly through diplomatic means in order to avoid bloodshed. Now the enemy is sure to seek retaliation. Speak with Nomarch Teneth in the Tahrit grounds to the east, and Sun Priest Asaris at the Scene Seal, and Asak. Find out where the enemy will strike.
We will protect Uldum.
And as while I'm on the subject, can I just say, the Tol'vir themselves are actually kind of fascinating. You'll notice we get a bit of characterization for King Pharaohus immediately. His brother, or I think it's his brother, the prince, was kidnapped and was being held for ransom. So his response is to pay the ransom. Huh. So we get a quick go-to, which also serves as a nice way to stretch out and find out vector quests to find other quests, and also as a way to see the rest of the zone. No, this was not the work of the Neferset. This was the Wastewander bandits. It's rumored they're joining a more regimented group to the west. Huh. So the bandits are joining a more military organization west of here. Remember that. That's going to come up later. The Seal of the Sun King serves as a defense mechanism for Ram Kahan. When the barrier around Uldum fell, we began to see Wastewander outriders from Tanarus fill into our borders. They attacked our holy site on the way west and robbed it of relics which once provided power. Recover the relics. Without them we are powerless to defend from attacks against the desert. Iset attempted to defend this holy ground when the Wastewander bandits ransacked it. They appear to have used potent toxin present in the venom bloods. Okay. I can help with that. By the way, real quick. Let's take a look at this desert, shall we? So this is the vanilla desert. I'm deliberately shifting my camera to not show the rest of it yet. It's more or less the same design as Tanarus, but with higher quality textures and generally better design. In fact, one of my favorite things about this is you can actually see where the city used to be. Obviously, there's the ruins right there. But even if you just pay attention to the sloping of it and how the hill goes upwards and where the layers used to be, you can actually see where a lot of, the outskirts of this area used to be. And you're probably thinking, well, hang on. They're active. They've got a functional city over here. Why did they lose all of this to the dunes? It's worth noting that the game does not get credit for what I'm about to tell you, because what I'm about to tell you is from the books. However, Uldum used to be a lush jungle. In fact, it used to look a whole lot more like this. Then it was attacked by Lei Shen, the Thunder King. Now, you've heard me reference him before, and I'm going to reference him many more times. He's terrifying, to put it very, very simply. He is an absolutely enormously powerful, ambitious, intelligent, charismatic death machine. He is functionally a PC who happens to be a villain instead of on the side of good. He attacked Uldum. He came here to claim all of the Titan engineering and hardware that was here. So they activated something called the Forge of Origination to stop him. This was the result of that. Now, I don't remember if they actually mentioned that activation in these quests. I'll be paying attention to that. But that is why Uldum is this giant, wasted desert. And yeah, based on its location, this is probably literally part of Unguro. It is also implied that Tanarus is a consequence of that exact same action. Because as a reminder, Tanarus is right here, right next door. It's also worth noting that that barrier that kept this place sealed off happened after that firing of the Origination Forge. Anyways, as J. Palmer mentions, This does mean that the Forge of Reorigination can be used in a site-specific location. Silithus, I'm not sure about. It would make sense to me. To talk this out a little bit, what would probably have happened, and this might be just me thinking in the wrong direction here, is this whole area used to be lush jungle. We actually kind of know this because some of it still is. If you really look at the biomes of the southern half of the map, what you see is mostly areas that used to be big, lush areas. In fact, even Desolus, if you remember, used to be a lush jungle. Same thing for the Barrens. And obviously this is a marsh, this is a plain, but then we got Feralos and Unguro right here. And we know Uldum used to be a jungle. So it would make sense to me if all of this was wilds, right? The firing of the Forge of Reorigination, oh, for God's sakes, could quite literally have done exactly what you say, J. Palmer. It could have caused most of the desertification we see around here. Specifically, Uldum, Tanarus, Silithus, and quite possibly Thousand Needles as well. And that much of a geological shift would probably have a knock-on effect on places like the Barrens. The only one we know for certainty that it didn't affect is Desolus, because we actually know what happened to Desolus. Now you're probably thinking, well, hang on. If that's true, why does Feralos stay the same? Well, that's easy. There's a giant-ass mountain chain right there, which would be preventing most of that drift from happening, the desertification. And what about Unguro? Unguro literally has Titan devices in place keeping it sealed away, just like Sholazar did. You could see them on the map. They're right there at each of the four corners. And yeah, it actually makes sense in a weird kind of a way that deserts are not natural on Azeroth, considering this place was sculpted. It was terraformed. Also true, J. Palmer. Unguro also has a massive mountain range around it. So it's got two defenses against this. I know nobody in the world cares about this kind of geography, but I think it's cool. Now, we know with total certainty they didn't plan this out from the beginning. We know that this was not something they thought about and was like, aha, this is how we're going to do it. However, I will say with some certainty that I'm almost positive they did retcon this in deliberately. Especially, for example, what I just mentioned. The firing of the Forge of Origination in Uldum neatly explains a lot of the geography of Southern Kalimdor. I just think that's awesome. I don't know anything else to add to that. I'm the guy who likes those videos on YouTube about how the Skyrim rivers work, Yes, I'm a geek. Shut up. Exactly, Asmira Star. We know they were definitely thinking ahead by the end of Kata. We know they were thinking well in advance with Pandaria. Like, they were planning for Legion in Pandaria, and we know that. There's no debating that at this point. So J. Palmer says, if the planet is re-originated, does that kill the Titan and the planet? Hypothetically, yes. By all accounts we know, that would kill the world's soul, and it would probably kill every living thing on the planet, down to the bacteria level. Morrowind one, yeah. Like, I would be shocked if it didn't, to be quite honest with you. It makes perfect sense for the Titans to have that kind of Control-Z, ultimate undo button, but I can also see why they never wanted to fire it. Hi, Dream Whisperer. Remember that you don't just have to pick dealer's choice. You can pick a genre if you'd like to, if there's some type of thing you'd like to see. Either way, thank you very, very much, Dream Whisperer. Bingo, the narrative. One of the quietly horrifying things about this setting, and I will give Dream Whisperer, and by Dream Whisperer I mean Blade Cheval, this. There is a decent amount of evidence that Azeroth is the last planet in the galaxy that has life on it. That the Burning Legion has been sufficiently successful over the 10, well, it's actually like 18 millennia that it's been active. Yeah, no, it's more or less exactly like FF14, that there's only this one planet left. We're all they've got. It's possible that eventually other planets might develop life and might move forward, especially now that the Titans are active again. But this is it, right? I said in the galaxy, Fife, not the void. Void's different. No, it's messed up to think about. And remember, one of the things that several members of the Old Gods very much want is the death of everything. It's especially what Deathwing wants. So, they successfully fire off the Forge of Origination, and you can already tell it's going to be a plot thread for this zone. That's game. No? Dream Whisperer? If anything, yeah, I was going to say, the Ethereals are proof of what I'm telling you. The Ethereal planet is gone. That's already been lost to the Void. And the Ethereals themselves literally lost their bodies as they attempted to survive that catastrophe. That is a good question, Creamy. And that is my answer to that, because to my knowledge, we don't fully know yet. Not really. After all, we still don't really know even what Xalatath is, although I do have my theories on that. So, what are the Old Gods? No problem. That's easy to explain. So you know what Void is, right? Let's start with that. In your words, explain to me what Void is. Let's see how good of a job I've been doing explaining the fundaments of this setting to you. God, I love Demo Warlock. I mean, Affliction was fun, but Demo is just... It's the Chipper Shredder. It's like, I'm just gonna shred you to death with like 8 different demons at once. You say don't summon demons. I summon demons every few seconds. Come on. Did you succeed? Thank you. The rumors I'd heard about you are proving true after all. Thank you. We might yet save Isid. That's the goal. Our law demands that those behind the attack face retribution. The band of bandits' ringleader is a man known as Warlord Isen. You'll find him far west of the desert. Make sure his transgressions do not go unpunished. Nope, that is actually a really good way to put it, Bladeval, and you are correct. The other caveat there, which I apparently have not conveyed to you, is... That's true, Dream Whisperer, but also out of date at this point, if you think about it. They haven't been merchants for a long time. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that their role has been, like, completely retconned since BC? Because the last time they were merchants was in BC, and none of this lore existed in BC. Anyways. So, yes. The Void is also a form of chaos. Fel is chaotic as well, but both of them are kind of on the chaotic spectrum of things. Whereas things like Light and Arcane are both much more orderly, Shadow and Void are very chaotic. Fel is destructively chaotic, whereas Void is corruptively chaotic. The reason I bring that up is because I've literally already shown you Void made flesh. You've seen the Naraki, and you've seen the Cathraxi, right? Big, fleshy... That's chaos given flesh, right? So, the Old Gods are that. What happened is the Void the Void Lords, who exist within the Void, separate dimension, fired off thousands and thousands, possibly millions, we're not even sure, of bullets of chaotic Void energy out into the galaxy. As they spread throughout the galaxy, they would encounter planets and fall upon them. Yeah, I know, I'm just describing Lavos. And they would fall upon the planet and embed themselves in the crust. And each bullet, each of these Void bullets, would then, turn to this big, corpulent, mostly sentient life, which would then do everything that's in its power to spread and corrupt the entire planet. Now, you might think, why? We're not 100% sure of most of the motives of the Void Lords yet. However, we can speculate on a couple of things. We know that the thing that is the best at cleaning out void and corruption is arcane, that is to say, Titan technology. Titans are extremely good at cleaning up void. We just saw that in the Badlands when we cleaned Raytheon's egg. Remember that? We see this all over the place. It's a very, very common element. So the void has a tremendous reason to fear the Titans, because the Titans pretty much just beat it. Like, if a Titan fights an entire planet worth of void creatures, the Titan's gonna win, right? That's the one blade to ball. So, what do the Void Lords want? Well, spoilers. But Titans are world souls. Titans are planet-sized. And this actually is a spoiler, believe it or not. We didn't know this for a long time. And so a Titan is actually birthed from a planet. So they sent all these bullets out. And if one of those bullets finds a planet which has a nascent world soul inside of it, a new Titan waiting to be born, and they corrupt that Titan before it's born, what we have is we have a Void Titan. And now the Void Lords have a weapon against the Titans. A lot of their actions do follow through on the idea that they very, very much wanted a Void Titan. Something we see a lot in Azeroth, something we see a lot over in, I can't remember the name of the planet, Mardum, I want to say it was? It's the planet that Sargeras split in half. And we see this on Argus as well. So they send all these bullets out to try and capture these planets. Now, not every planet has a world soul in it. Not every planet can generate one, put very, very simply. But enough can, and that's their goal. This is Sargeras' goal, then, to stop that from happening. Make sense? I know this is a roundabout way of answering you, but the long and the short of this is that old gods are cancerous bullets, void-given flesh shot out into the material plane, into the physical galaxy, in order to infest and corrupt as many planets as possible to increase the chances of finding a world with a nascent world soul in it and corrupting it. Now, several bullets landed on Azeroth. The ones we know of are Yasharaj, Cthulhu, Yogg-Saron, and N'Zoth. Yasharaj was destroyed thousands of years ago in an event I will not describe here because it's not relevant. We took out Cthulhu in vanilla. We took out Yogg. This is hard to do. I'll do this. We took out Yogg in Wrath. So there's one left. And he's active right now. And all of the events of Cataclysm are his plans. N'Zoth is... They all talk about Deathwing, but N'Zoth is the one actually pulling the strings during Cataclysm. This is all his baby. Kind of, yeah. So because there's a very strong implication in setting that without at least a little bit of chaos, you cannot have free will. What that similarly implies is that sentience also then is a consequence of chaos. In other words, there's a reason, exactly, Czar, there's a reason why Naraki, even though they are literally just corpulent pustules of flesh that they're birthed out of the bodies of old gods, that's how they're formed, is they just walk out of an old god like a bursting zit or whatever. They develop their own personalities and their own sentience, their own ability to think and function. And by the contrast, we see several times, and I don't want to get too spoilery here, but the Titans, when they want things extremely orderly, and the way they describe that is pretty much the opposite of free will. And when those extremely orderly things are introduced to even a little bit of chaos, that introduces free will to those things, and those things tend to be like, huh. And that has caused all kinds of problems, which I don't want to go too far into. So yeah, exactly. The idea here is that pure order, truly pure order, is programming, just like truly pure chaos is just insanity. It's too much free will, for lack of a better way to put it. Your mind is just going in all directions simultaneously, right? Thus, we have most of the sentient people in the setting, which are here in the middle. Make sense? So the old god, I'm sorry, this is a roundabout way of answering you. You're welcome, Rigwin. I do hope you enjoy it. roundabout way of answering that, in my opinion, based on the evidence we know, old gods weren't sentient when they were fired off into the galaxy. But with time and effort, they do develop sentience the same way anyone would, the same way any droid effect would happen. Because they're sufficiently chaotic to actually have that be a part of themselves. I mean, there's a reason they were sufficiently organized to create the Black Empire. You don't do that if you're pure chaos, right? Pure chaos doesn't want to create an empire. Pure chaos doesn't want to fight regular wars against each other. Pure chaos doesn't do things like build temples or do sacrifices. Anyways, this is also why I've talked many, many times about how it makes so much sense to me that what we are, like goblins and humans and orcs and all that stuff, we are order given flesh or chaos given order, depending on how you want to think of that. We are quite literally a mixture. And yeah, I realize as I'm saying this all out loud that this definitely sounds like our Diablo. I swear that was not a deliberate thing. That didn't occur to me until, you know, you said it just a couple minutes ago. Anyways. Sorry for that massive history lesson about the fundamentals of the setting. But anyways. I'll go ahead and get my new staff. And move on to the next hub. Oh, by the way, this is also why when you introduce too much chaos to a person, they start to sprout tentacles. Literal physical tentacles. Shadow priests do this, but also we see this on several people. It makes sense. Their flesh has become too chaotic. It can't maintain organized format. So it just kind of starts blorping all over the place.
How are you?
We were lucky to escape, Warlock. I'm not sure I'd feel right if we didn't take care of them ambushers. How's about you get back to Cartoot's tomb? Give those little buggers what fur. It's off to the northeast, just inside the entrance, if I recollect. What are you looking at? I ain't no condition to do it.
See you later.
Okay. The king wishes to be informed about the Neferset activity. No Neferset movement, but I received word that the city of Orsis is being hit by the largest sandstorm anyone has ever witnessed. I was about to send word to the king. Maybe you can relay the information. Sure. But first, I want to go do my quest. My quest. Oh no, the void is very much chaos. Just like both light and arcane are order. Chaos, void and fel are both chaos. I think it was Deepholm back in the day, J. Palmer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Deepholm. Anyways, there's no Indiana Jones references here. None. I don't know what you're talking about. You're on crack. That's a good way to put it. Chaotic neutral versus chaotic evil. Ironically, we would qualify as chaotic good, for the most part. Nature gets involved in this as well, but we'll get into that later.
Greetings.
Good to see you, kid. Would have been even better if you had been here to help me take care of these little savages. You have a lot of explosives here.
See you around.
Oh, what a find. Right here. Exactly where my notes predicted it would be. With any luck, inside this chamber will lie clues to the location of a legendary coffer of the promise. That's right. It's not just a myth. I believe it truly exists. I'll explain more later. For now, just give me a hand with these explosives.
Have a good one.
Sure. Well, we gotta open the door somehow, J. Palmer. It's fine. It's fine. Quick, into the chests! Quick, get in the fridge! Get in the fridge! Yep, that's not going to break our backs or anything. At least we kill the guy. By the way, there's a debuff called Wake Up Dead. They loved that debuff in Cataclysm. They used it in Vashir if you were paying attention. And they use it constantly in these zones. Congrats, Lunareth. And I mean that sincerely, knowing how hard that is for you.
What can I do for you?
Shake it off, kid. Happens to me all the time. Okay.
For the Alliance.
This unfortunate pygmy was in the wrong place at the wrong time. As you ponder his bad luck, you take notice of the symbols scrawled on his shield. Far too elaborate for pygmy scrawl. That looks like a tablet. Let's go help Mr. Jones out by finding him more tablets. Yeah, no, there's a lot of cutscenes in Uldum. More than any other Catazone, by quite a margin. Whether that's good or bad, we'll have to decide as we're going through here. Last I checked, if you're using the same IP, all it's doing is changing your vote, Creamy. Unless you're talking about the ranked choice system itself, in which case that's just how the system works. The etching around the surface of this object indicates that it's of ancient origins, and yet no signs of wear or tear can be detected. A hole on its edge, full of splintered wood, indicates it's meant to be put atop a wooden staff. Let's see if we can find the other piece. I will admit I am not what you'd call too fastidious about preventing people from spam voting, because I am not the VGAs and I don't need to care about bots. But there are actually things in place to try and prevent that from happening. I loved ranked choice voting. I'm sorry, Lunaruth. Again. Yeah, exactly, Creamy. Like, I'm not super worried about voter fraud for the LGAs. Wow, you actually hit 66. Nice. How are you liking Priest, by the way, Braven? I mean, that is the ideal. Don't know why most... I mean, I do know exactly why most countries don't have ranked choice voting. Voter suppression! Anyways. Recommendations what class to pick in Retail, Hardcore, and Classic. Have you ever played an MMO before, in general? Because that changes the answer a little bit. You haven't played the best tank in the game, the best healer in the game, and the best burst in the game, Talia. Ugh. I shake my head at you. RuneScape. Okay, so alright. If you want to play on Retail, you're going to be a little bit limited, but I can easily recommend Hunter, Monk, or Druid. All of those are going to be fairly solid picks and have a lot of malleability in how you play them and what you want to do with them. If you're interested in playing Classic, play a Hunter. 100%. If you want to play Hardcore, play a Paladin. Those are my personal recommendations. Paladin has a lot more live capacity. It's a little slower and a little duller, but it's way, way better at surviving than pretty much any other class in Heroic, or in Hardcore, excuse me. The other H word. Well, see, the thing is, would I recommend in Cataclassic? Well, again, it kind of depends on how familiar you are with MMOs. That's what really determines that. Because honestly, the new player-friendly choice is always going to be Hunter. 100%. Hunter is relatively smooth and easy to pick up, but still has a decent skill ceiling, so you can keep developing it. It's not just brain dead. It also comes with a pet, which enables you to solo things a little bit above your weight class, and gives you a little bit of extra protection to try and figure out the game as you're playing through it. And I hope I just answered your question. I click a lot. If you already know what you're doing with the game, and you want to try something else in Kata, oh, that's actually a tough one. I would say, I mean, there's nothing we can do wrong with that. There's no real bad class in Kata. Having said that, I would probably put my money on... It's actually a tough one. I think I'm going to lean towards... See, I was thinking Paladin. Paladin really had an overhaul in Cata, and it showed. Excuse me. Hyenas on their best day are a nuisance. These foul specimens have a particularly nasty disposition and are riddled with all manner of disease and are simply a blight on the face of dogdom. Do the world a favor. Rid the deserts of Uldum of this mangy menace. At the moment, I am playing a Demonology Warlock. Now, this is circa Dragonflight, so this is retail. This is a fun one. So I've, of course, got my main pet. That's my big guy right there. I also have multiple imps that pop out periodically, literally just for me existing. I can also cast a Meteor, which summons even more imps. And then I've got a couple of abilities which generate souls, which then allow me to summon my dogs. Once my dogs are out, those give me procs. My enemies are dying faster than I can do it, but I can also do things like this, and just have an area be completely bombarded with bats while I'm at it. And then, of course, my each of my pets also gives me procs to get that. You see that stuff on either side of my screen? That allows me to do Demon Bolt as an instacast, which is a really big, slow cast spell, which generally you shouldn't use unless you get that proc. And then you just use it and destroy whatever you're looking at. So it's kind of a builder spender, but mostly you're fishing for procs while trying to get as many pets out as possible at one time. That's why I have 3 separate cooldowns which just summon more pets. Like this. Does gear make a difference in how you play? Not really. This isn't like Diablo 3, where gear can literally change your build or your setup. The only thing that really changes your setup here is this screen. This is your talent tree, and there are quite a few different builds that you can do in that tree. That can change how you play. How much varies from class to class. To use a specific example, Shadow Priest has, I'd say, 3 or 4 different viable specs based on how you set it up, and that's, of course, however you want to do it. How viable they are, that depends on how high up the difficulty chain you go. On the highest difficulties, you know, viability gets more narrow, but that's true with any game, right? So that's whatever. Yes, the Suicide Bomb is my number 6 button. It's called Implosion, which I can just do that, and I can throw my imps at the enemy and have them explode. Yeah, Survival, which is a Hunter spec, has almost no build capacity, which is a damn shame. But it is still a good spec, so make of that what you will. I also haven't even talked about hero talents yet, but that's because that's all War Within stuff, so we're just gonna leave that for later. Exactly, I click a lot. The meta builds are always going to exist. There's no avoiding that, really. But there's plenty of viable builds. Viability is what matters to me more, rather than the best build, you know what I mean? I'll use a specific example. Affliction Warlock, the build I was doing earlier in Vashir and the dungeon, isn't exactly super viable, and I could totally do more damage on other specs, but I enjoy my setup on Affliction. So guess which one I play? Oh yeah. Like I can just, like right now, I can be like, you know what, and just reset the whole tree. I can hit this button over here and completely reset the left tree, the right tree, or all talents, and just instantly respec, just like that. It's a single button press. Yeah, no, you can play around with talents however much you want to. I should mention none of that is in classic or hardcore. That's a retail thing. I love that spell, by the way, the Bile Bombers. Like, you think they're shooting shots? No, no, no. They just charge out and bomb them with their own bodies. I'm just flinging banelings at the enemy. That's all I'm doing. 30-second cooldown, by the way. But yeah, and no cost. There's no resource cost. It's just a cooldown. I would say yeah, in answer to Blade Fall's question. Most of the pets are functionally dots. They show up and they do their own abilities and stuff, but it's not truly a pet class in the sense that, honestly, most MMOs don't do. FF14 is the same way, and frankly, like I said, most MMOs are that way. The last MMO I played with a true pet class was Asheron's Call 2. And that was like 15 years ago. The world is a better place because of your deeds today. Aw. Let's go grab this thing real quick while we're here. It's right here, I want to say. I thought it was down there. Ah, there it is. I'm just blind. Hello. And goodbye. Just realized I should move it up there. There we go. So which version has the MMO feel? So I'm going to give you the short answer first. WoW Classic. Now I'm going to give you the long answer. WoW Retail is more like a single-player game with co-op elements. And whether it's good or bad, that's up to you. As you'll notice, I'm playing completely by myself right now. Periodically, I'll drag some of my friends and or viewers to do a dungeon or a raid, but for the most part, I can experience 99% of the game by myself. That is not how Classic works at all. Classic is much more a MMO. It is your standard old-style MMO. It was right at the bridge between old and new, so that makes sense.
Can I help you? See you later.
What do you have there, young lady?
Be careful.
These tablets are covered with Titan writings. There's never before seen information here. Missing pieces to an ancient puzzle. Good work.
See you around. See you later.
Let's have a look at this, shall we?
Have a good one.
This is remarkable work you've done, especially for someone who hasn't taken my courses. These tablets provide new information on several subjects. They indicate that the obelisks are part of an enormous mechanism that once kept the whole region masked from the entire world. They also depict how to recharge the mechanism, which is where your Shaft of the Stars come in. Come on, we got some history to make.
See you around.
I suppose that's fair, Lord Hiramok, but I don't know. Whoops, let's fix that. There we go. Him. What was I building towards? I think I want the Tyrant. Yeah, let's move towards the Tyrant. Get even more pets.
You need something? Be careful.
You might be in a BFA lair, Brigwin. Yeah, nothing in WoW is going to be close to RuneScape, but Classic is as close as it's getting. Watch your step. Okay, well, I guess I'll just fly in here then. Jeez, dude. Just jump in without me, why don't you?
Hey there.
But you get a load of this place. Yeah, it's a big place.
For the Alliance.
What a find, and some of it's untouched by plunderers. Listen, Arundumia, I need to document this site before we disturb anything. While I do, why don't you have a look around? You know, explore for a bit. You've earned it. Oh, and don't break anything, okay?
Be careful.
Don't worry, I will not break anything. Wow, this is a great place. But it's fine, it's fine. I am not clumsy. I think. We'll find out in a second. Oh, what's this? Every adventurer worth their salt knows never to step foot in a cave, dungeon, or crypt without an ample supply of rope, right? You can never have too much of the stuff. You resolve to scrounge every scrap of it you can find from the skeletons around here. That's a good point, we should. The imps are fine. They obey my whims. Imps, do me a favor. Don't knock over or break anything, okay? Okay, good imps. Okay. Don't worry, they're demons. They're very well behaved. This guy's name is Schnotz Scout? I wonder who Schnotz is. This unfortunate explorer has clearly suffered a bad luck in the recent past. Prudence dictates you perform the unenviable task of searching the corpse. Okay. Got a journal on him, too. I found an incredible sight. The whole area pulses with the hum of ancient architecture. Were it not so late in the day, I would investigate immediately. Sleeping tonight will be a struggle. Most productive day today. The chamber is indeed of ancient origin, and houses a magnificent mechanism which appears to be in disrepair. I will investigate more tomorrow. This discovery will force Schnotz to take notice of me. How can he deny me a promotion after this? I have taken all day to wrestle the cipher from these hieroglyphs. Through the eyes of blue is starlight revealed, 10 shards, 1 rod, and the veil disappears. Forget Schnotz and his empty promises. I can just unravel this riddle, and its secrets will be mine. I've done it. Using a sapphire from the chamber's adornments, I have fashioned a pair of goggles. With them, I'm able to see things previously hidden from view. Amazing. With any luck, my next entry will find me a newly rich man. We found this entry on his corpse. Yeah, I don't know who this Schnotz guy is, but we'll talk about him later. Don't you worry about it. We'll get to him. Listen, Bragwin, I want you to know, ignore the literal dozens of demons I'm summoning every second, okay? Just ignore them, okay? Ignore all these demons. Okay, ignore these demons. Give me a sec, I'll summon some more for you. Ignore all of these. None of these exist. None of these exist. I'm not summoning demons. Yeah, they're chill. They're demon lights. They don't count. They're not actually demons. See, they're Mondis. That's what they are. They're
Can I help you? See you later.
What have you found?
See you around.
Ah, rope. Thanks, kid. Something tells me we're gonna need this.
For the Alliance.
Any news? Odd. It looks like someone used gemstones as lenses. I can fix that without too much trouble.
Have a good one.
Here, look at this. I tightened the clamp in the middle and crimped the wires on the edges. They may not be comfortable, but they should hold together. If I've translated your tablets correctly, there's something hidden here. A final piece to our puzzle. I hope your spectacles hold the key. Let me know what you find.
Be careful.
Oh, okay. This is an interesting thing. Listen, if the Burning Legion just paid me proper like... I wouldn't have to be defeating them all the time. Look, it's simple. It's very simple.
Greetings.
You know, that's actually an interesting question, Jay Palmer. So Jay Palmer says, who would get the tougher prison sentence? Illidan or me summoning constantly demons every few seconds? Literally every few seconds. I actually, this is not a joke, I passively summon demons. I have a talent for it. For every few seconds, another imp just kind of goes, hi! I have abilities to summon imps actively, but, you know, I like imps just popping in, you know? It makes things fun. Yeah, the imps can also be buffed more, which, if you've been paying attention, has happened a few times. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. Get a little attention here. I just paid the demons. And remember, demons like to be paid in magic. Don't worry, guys. I got what you need. Oh, Illidan would totally get the tougher sentence. Because racial profiling. Wait, that's not racial, is it? Familial profiling? We'll go with familial profiling. Malfurion would, like, burst into the courtroom and be like, wait! He's my brother! Increase his sentence by a factor of 1,000. I mean, if you remember, his sentence was just for eternity. He had no specific endpoint for his imprisonment sentence. Just, yep, you're imprisoned. Yeah, inverse nepotism. That's what Illidan was a victim of. Oh, that's a good question, PM3X. Like, I would. But who would notice that? Like, percentage-wise. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. Bye. The story, Yura? Yes. The gameplay? No. The only good gameplay, the best the gameplay of the Legacy of Kain series ever got was the first one. And if you don't understand what that means, then don't worry about it. Run! They used to, Magister. Back in Pandaria, there was a lone wolf build, and it was really good. But nowadays, the Grimoire of Sacrifice is way worse. Like, they nerfed the hell out of it. See, that's a horrible question, Lord Aramont. I suppose it depends on how they perceive time.
You need something?
Find anything interesting? Actually, I did.
For the Alliance.
Looks like you've done it again. This Starlight is exactly what we were missing. Now we can get to work. Okay, what are we doing then? Alright, Arum Dumia. Time to see what this staff of yours has to show us. Nice throw. So many cutscenes in Uldum. Ignore the demon constantly being teleported onto the camera. Oh, that's cool, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I haven't seen that, obviously. I suppose. Stop summoning the imps. It's the imps, if you're wondering. Because, see, technically, where the camera is where I am, and so it's summoning the imps where I am. Again, passively. So
What can I do for you?
that's it. These pieces we need are hidden in the statues. They make look a little off balance. I must say your field work is coming along nicely. If you applied yourself, you'd make a fine archaeologist one day.
Have a good one. See you later.
Just stand back. We wouldn't want a pretty little thing like you getting hurt. Okay. If it's not obvious, Uldum is something of a tech demo zone. These are pretty crude cutscenes, but these were way advanced for the time. And the whole point was they were trying out what they could do with the in-game cutscenes, the in-gameplay cutscenes. Something I've talked about several times, because now he can do things like this. Anybody who's seen the more modern cutscenes, you can see the bones of this old stuff. That cool. Ignore the imps. Yeah, Wrath basically couldn't do this. Like I legitimately don't think the tech was there. So these are crude, and I've been giving negatives for them as we go, but I have to mention, in the interest of fairness, that this is them stretching the limits of what the engine could do.
Hey there.
I was about to say, if you're paying attention, Vashir's the same thing. So is Hyjal in a different way. They better not get rid of that cutscene in Hyjal.
See you around.
No, that was nothing, really. Those statues were teetering as it was. Just need a little push. How about you go through the rubble?
See you later.
Sure. Yeah, okay. I'll just go through the rubble of these giant Titan statues. You know, Dr. Jones, those belonged in a museum. There's one museum in the game. It's an Iron Forge. I'm not sure past that.
What can I do for you?
Find anything interesting?
Be careful.
Fine work. Looks as though our work here is nearly complete.
For the Alliance.
It looks like that's all that's left to do is place the orbs on the pedestals in each quarter of the mechanisms. We appear to have stumbled upon what may be the most important study in modern history. Well, go ahead. We never made this without you.
See you around.
Oh, thanks. Ahem. Open Sesame. Yes, that's right. Another cutscene. Ignore the imps.
Greetings.
Well, now, would you look at that. As amazing as this is, I'm confident there's more to our discovery than meets the eye. Much more.
Have a good one.
I'm going to need to research what we've learned here, Uldum. There's no telling how we might use the power these mechanisms create. Yeah, there's the beam of light, by the way. Meet me in Ram Kahan. I'll tell you what our next step should be. See you around, kid. Hello, Sean. Tastes like burning. I also noticed several other of those pedestals are now lit up with energy, so that's probably a terrible thing. Whoops. It was up. It was up. Pay attention, Laura. The king is sending a messenger to gather information for him. I suppose you must be that, what's the word, goblin? Yes, the goblin that rescued the prince. At any rate, I haven't seen any signs of the Neferset scum this far north. However, I've got a daily for you. It's called Thieving Little Pluckers. I don't have the most glamorous job in the world. I do not concern myself with the matters of war or the deep mysteries of the halls of Uldum. I am in charge of these grounds, and these grounds grow dates. Now, these little date-plucking mongrels have gotten gutsy enough to stand on each other's soldiers to steal my precious fruit. I will not stand for this. Take this mallet crafted by the Titans, blessed by the Sun Kings, and who knows what else, and just smash them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the only daily quest we're doing in the entire game. I hope you enjoy this. You're probably wondering, why this quest? Oh, we gotta change the sound. Hang on, hang on. It's gonna be a little louder than you're expecting, but that's for that reason. Hey, Ross. Okay, we're done. Sorry. Oh god, a trench coat. So favorite song in FF10-2. There are three that come to mind immediately. One of them is obviously, What Can I Do For You? Clearly. I'm joking. One of them is the title screen, which does not belong in that game at all. Like, it's weird and strange that it's in that game. A good song, though. The next one is the Far Plane, which sounds like this.
Do you bring news?
Orsis, of course. How could I have not seen this?
Our power...
Listen, what struck Orsis is no natural sandstorm. It's the minions of Alakir. The elemental lord of air is firmly allied with Deathwing for no reason. It was only a matter of time before he set his subjects upon my people. Orsis has been attacked as a warning to us. We must move quickly to offer our brethren aid while we can.
Ramkahan stands with you.
Hi, Bregman. Priest power. What do you mean blind boxes? Either way, grats, but let us know.
Good day to you. Have a good one.
Hold on to that for now. God, what is that mount? Oh my god, that's terrifying. Yeah, Vegnagun has this really cool song that plays right when the fight starts, and then it immediately goes away, and worse, is replaced by a much more boring song. Oh, gotcha. I guess I haven't had that yet. Now, before I tell you, Ross, can you guess the third song I like from 10-2? You already know the first two. Those are obvious. Do you see what Deathwing's minions have done? Greatosis is all but buried in the sand. Alakir sent his minions to do Deathwing's bidding. The message is clear. Join or they destroy us. I don't know about you, but if I do know this, if you prove yourself to be an enemy of Alakir's, your aid will not go unnoticed. No, it cannot be. Orsis is all but buried beneath desert sands. The enemy will pay for this. But first we must aid my people. Quick. We do not have much time before the last of my brethren are buried alive. The prophet Hadassi is the wisest and eldest of the Orsis tribe. He has not been accounted for, and his well-being is of vital importance. Go to Orsis and find him. A great day of reckoning will come to the Alakir lackeys if he's been hurt. Yeah, this is actually quite clever. Excuse me, if you think about it. They're air elementals in a desert. So they bury the city. This is the part of this desert I was trying not to show earlier. This doesn't quite look like a natural desert, which makes sense because it's literally just massive dunes swarming over this city. You can kind of see where the base level is right down here. And as you can see, those dunes go up really high. Like they're covering up to some of the pyramids in several cases. Look at this. Jesus. But no, in answer to your question, the third song would be... the boss song that plays like twice in the entire game. Like, this is the rare boss song because they've got like 3 boss songs. They're reciting Shakespeare. Kill them immediately! No, I can see that, Magister. Ooh, favorite FF10 song. So at a glance, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 FF10 songs here. Of those, which would be my favorite? Okay, in the interest of fairness, To Xanarkin is really, really, really high up there. But it's actually not the one I would probably put at the absolute top. Yeah, To Xanarkin is probably overall the best song in FF10 because of its story connotations and because of its gameplay quality. Like, it's a good song that happens to be well used. But in terms of just song, in other words, just gameplay, for lack of a better way to put that, I would actually put another bit a little bit higher. And that would be... one moment. In the wrong playlist. Is it not here? It should be like right here. Hang on a sec, hang on a sec. There it is. No, that's still not it. Okay. Is it here? There it is. No, you were right, Pillars of Snow. You were right. Now, I know what you're going to say, and you're wrong. I liked this song before I found out that it was written by Uematsu. It's one of like 5 songs in the whole game that are made by him. It is his style, though, very much so. Like, it has all of his fingerprints all over it. So there's the prophet. Who are you? Sent here to rescue my people and fight my enemies. We are bound by oath to protect the scepter of Orsus. Find the sacred receptacle. Do not let it fall into their hands! The chest containing the scepter is magically sealed and will not budge. The plaque above it depicts 2 giant statues. Okay. I know how to deal with that. If you don't mind sharing which one's Blitchful. Or maybe, like, link me on Discord or something, because I'm curious now. That's what I thought. I'm gonna pull corruption off the bar. I know it feels weird, but, like, corruption is just such a non-demo ability, you know? Appreciate you. Grateful. Whoa there. You'll be punished for your transgression, thief. What? I no thief. I gourmand. No, actually, Ross. He worked on a little bit of Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, Xenogears, and Xenoblade something. I forget which. I'm not sure what else, actually. I stopped following his career for obvious reasons, I suppose. Yeah, let's go and get our tyrants. That's a minute cooldown. So, I don't want to redo this. I should move Hand of Cooldown. Mitsuda did Breath of Fire 5? I did not know that. Hell of me shocked. Not his usual style. You know how I know that? Because I have Breath of Fire 5 songs on my list, like this one. This is Boss 5. Okay, so maybe... let's... do this. Let's move this over here. Let's move this up here. We'll leave that like that. What else? Hang on. What else are we gonna grab? We got Power Siphon. We got Summon Vile Fiend. Ooh, that's gonna be a 30. And Cashel is awesome, so I can't do anything about that. That's a 45 if I grab it. Oh my god, Doom Eternal's in this game. Who knew? Thank you, Cashel, as always, for the sub. And if you give me one moment... Guild Wars 1, Pathfinder, Ra of the Righteous, and Ease 8. That's a 30, so if I move this... oh gosh, I don't want to move that over there. Maybe move this down here, move the 30 there, keep the 1 minute there. Then what do I do with Guillotine? I don't have to get Guillotine, but I kind of want to. Up, 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 up. Closest thing to Witcher? Oh, jeez, that's actually a tough one. Do me a favor. In your own words, define a Witcher for me, gameplay-wise. Thank you, Arundumia. Ursus was punished for not joining the forces of Deathwing. Prince Nudun has offered my people refuge in his city. I must go there and tend to the survivors. Yeah, it's the only Boff 5 song I have on my I like to listen to it playlist. Oh my god, it's Bregman. Yeah. Photobomb. We photobombed her. I guess Survival Hunter, yeah. My other thought was going to be one of the rogues. Probably... Oh, no, because rogue is kind of a straight-up mage knight nowadays. Like, I know that sounds weird, but a subtlety rogue is practically a mystic knight. The difference is you use daggers instead of swords and leather instead of heavy armor, but otherwise, it's very, very similar. Anyways, I apologize. Let's switch to a slightly more appropriate music. You wipe away the sand from the hieroglyphs. Alright, loud click. Got the scepter. Let's get out of here. Sub-rogues are in an extremely good place right now. Really enjoy Subtlety Rogue right now. Yeah, like, Outlaw Rogue is a pirate, straight up. Buccaneer, right? Or Privateer, whatever we call that class. Like I said, Subtlety Rogue, that's your Mystic Knight. Assassination is probably the closest to actually being a rogue as we've got. And even that, I don't know. You're back. This is what Alakir wanted all along. One of our civilian leaders was taken prisoner by the air elementals. They're probably torturing him for information as we speak. Is this a dungeon already? Holy crap. Yeah, that's a go-to for a dungeon quest. We'll hold off on that for right now. Hurry, Arundumia. We must speak to my brother, the king. He is bent on averting war with Alakir and the Neferset. He has foolish hopes there is a diplomatic solution to this problem. Maybe once he hears what occurred here, he will see reason. Yeah, I guess demon hunters are big on the whole, we know what we're doing and therefore can outmaneuver our enemy kind of a thing. Oh, excuse me. Like, I really like where Shadow Dance is right now.
How may Ramkahan aid you?
This is just the beginning, Arundumia. If Deathwing's minions can bury entire cities, we have little chance of defeating them through conventional means. We cannot defeat the air elementals conventionally.
We will protect Uldum.
Perhaps we ought to give the enemy what they're after and spare our people the coming bloodshed. I urge you to reconsider. Deathwing would use the Scepter's power to unravel the secrets of Uldum and unleash great destruction. Ignore the imps. I must act to protect my people first. Our enemies buried Ursus in the desert. How do you fight that sort of power? We fight to the death! Our race was created to guard this land. We must not betray the Titan's legacy. Oh, I know, Cashel. Ah, your words ring true, brother, but even a king cannot make this decision alone. I will put the issue to the High Council for a vote. I defer to your wisdom, brother. Let us pray we are quick to come to a decision. The enemy will not wait. Ignore the imps. Ignore the imps. Yeah, also, Witchers do, like, weird things to make them mutant freaks. Demon Hunters literally have demon souls imprisoned within them, which they have to wrestle with constantly. No, it's supposed to be terrifying. I was asked earlier what kind of class I would want to be if I could have a choice, and my knee-jerk first thought was Demon Hunter, because Demon Hunter is extremely powerful, useful, and fits my overall mentality and playstyle. It's also a tank. Problem there is that the question then becomes divided into two, because that's from a purely gameplay perspective, right? But in lore, I would never want to be a Demon Hunter. The process of becoming a Demon Hunter really, really sucks. And there's a reason most people die in the process of becoming a Demon Hunter, and an enormous quantity of Demon Hunters eventually lose the battle with the demon they have sealed inside their soul. So, no, I'm good, thanks. High Priest Amit's vote is the only one that's completely outside of our control. He will vote as his divinations tell him, and nothing we will do will dissuade him. I figure that gives us even odds either way. The only problem we face is his clairvoyance has failed him since the barrier around Uldum fell. He will not cast a vote unless he regains power over his divinations. Take the stairs at either side of the dam. Speak to him. See what you can do to help. Getting Vizier Tanlatep to go against my brother's wishes is going to be extremely difficult. His position is based on enforcing the will of the king. I've had little luck in making the case for open war against the Neferset. Nevertheless, you must speak to him. Perhaps, words. Perhaps you will listen to an outsider's perspective. If we're to pass a resolution for war, the High Council's vote must be unanimous. I'm certain High Commander Kamzus will give us his vote once he hears about what happened at Orsus. Okay. What's funny is this wasn't in my desert playlist. I actually have a separate playlist I call Ruins. Whoops. Overshot. Where's this jackass? Oh, there he is. What manner of creature are you? You will leave the... Oh, wait, you're that Uldum I've heard so much about. You must pardon my lack of hospitality. We have had all manner of hostile intruders since the barrier fell. I have devoted my life to serving the king. That service is unrivaled in importance by anything with one exception. My son. Tahet was captured by the Neferset. They claim my son was trespassing on their territory. Feroz is attempting to negotiate his release, but I fear for the worst. If you find him, I pledge my vote to you. Okay, I can work with that. Yeah, thanks, Lei Shen. So, allowing other races to become demon hunters. Okay. So... Do you mind if I give you a long answer to that question? So you may or may not know this, but I'm kind of a long-time career DM. Oh, wow. There's the map. That was the first drop. Holy crap. Wow. So, long answer. I'm a GM. I'm a career GM. I've GM'd since I was 7. It's not even an exaggeration. And I have played in many modules, many things, including my own rule set, which I still need to sit down and actually put into paper at some point in time. So, one of these days... He's right there. I know he's right there. Can I just save him? Hey, can I save you? No? Okay, fine, whatever. Where is the quest taking me? No, it's over here. I was right. Players like to play exceptions or unique characters. Now, that's understandable why, and it makes sense. Most players want to be, unique or amazing or whatever. They want to be something special. No judgment, really. It's the reason why you saw so many Dritz clones for so long, right? It's because everyone wanted to be that one good Drow. They wanted to be the cool person, right? So, of course, players want to play demon hunters, even though logically and in lore, frankly, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. And this leads to one of those interesting little questions, because it boils down to what matters more. Your players having fun with whatever it is they're playing, or making logical sense within the confines of the lore, the setting, the story. Now, if you know me, you know that I'm in favor of what I call the pink Darth Vader concept. In other words, I don't care how much it breaks the narrative or the visual continuity or style or distinction or whatever, I'm in favor of letting the players do whatever hell they want to, right? Now, that's not a linear thing, though. It's not like just players should be allowed to do whatever they want to with absolutely no limits or restrictions, because that's a terrible idea. Yes, I do, Czar. That is correct. But you can understand why, based on that alone, and literally no other reason, I'm in favor of letting everyone play Demon Hunters. And it's not like you can't make an excuse for another race to play a Demon Hunter. The big thing you'd have to do is you'd have to decide who's training them. And once you figure out who's training them, you just have a new insert race here be spawned as a new Demon Hunter who has just finished their training under such and such. The catch there... The catch... Yeah, Altruist the Sufferer is probably the correct answer there. Is that you have to then explain why. And honestly, there's a lot of question marks there when it comes to that. Like, it makes a lot of sense when we're dealing with the Burning Legion for people to undertake something like becoming a Demon Hunter. I probably underestimated or underemphasized this earlier, but it should be mentioned. Becoming a Demon Hunter is really, really, really horrible. It's also more or less a permanent curse. Like, there's no walking back from that we're aware of. You have permanently infused a demon's soul into yours. You also regularly consume demons' souls in order to absorb their power, in order to fuel your abilities, to make you superhuman. Yeah, there's no retirement from being a Demon Hunter, right? Now, that makes sense because of the scale and scope of the threat we were facing. It is exactly the same reason people would willingly become Death Knights, would willingly turn or accept their fate as Death Knights. Right? That makes sense. Is because we were facing something that was literally of a galactic level threat. Wow, this guy's got some health. I need to pay attention here. Hang on a second. All our buttons. Holy crap. Holy crap. Oh my god, he is shredding my tank. Live, tank. Live! Jesus. Okay. Oh yeah, the eggs. I actually forgot about that. You know what? No, we're gonna do this hard mode. We got this. So yeah, that's the problem, is the Burning Legion's gone. Spoilers. Now, yes, I know there's still demons, and yes, I know there's still problems. But the Burning Legion is gone. It's a little bit harder to swallow that pill when the galactic level threat is no longer in the picture. I would still go that way, to be clear. It's just, I would probably sit down and spend some real time and effort trying to come up with a really solid story arc to try and explain that. You know, the exact opposite of what they did with the Allied races. Because, as I've pointed out before, the Allied races becoming Death Knights was ostensibly because Bolvar was just mass recruiting everyone who died in a planetary radius to become new Death Knights in his presumed war against the Jailer. The problem with that sentence is everything I just said. Bolvar shouldn't be able to do that, frankly. In fact, it contradicts canon that he is capable of doing that. And also, the Jailer. I'm just gonna say that. As we've talked about before, the Jailer warps and twists everything around him and makes everything else worse by his mere inclusion. That's not me being hyperbolic. That is literally what the Jailer does to the narrative. There's other things wrong with that too, but those are the two big ones. So, that was essentially just a hand wave. Spend some time and effort thinking about it, and sure, I'll let players make Demon Hunters. But you gotta earn it. The last thing I was going to say about this is, over in my Primus campaign, several of my players, 2 of them? Well, I think more than 2 originally, but 2 of them really wanted to play humans. I was like, okay. The problem is, all the humans were like from one specific island, and that island was not connected to the rest of the world. As a direct consequence, if you wanted to play a human, you kind of had to earn it. Like, you had to explain how you got there and why you were part of the rest of the world and why you're part of the adventuring party, because you're a human. You're in the minority on this planet. And in fact, you are a refugee from an island that just sank. Spoilers for a campaign nobody cares about. I let them do it, but you have to earn it. I thank you for what you've done. You can count on my vote when the High Council convenes. Good. Yeah, that is a distinct possibility, Roz. Sorry for taking way too much time to answer that, Creamy. Let's see, what was I diving towards? Ooh, yes, that one. Let's make the Tyrant even better. Yeah, the Primus campaign was about a 4-year campaign overall. I'm quite happy with it. It's probably the best campaign I've ever done. That is the question, Ross, and I do not know.
Make it quick.
No need to fill me in on events. I've heard all about them already, and about you. Any enemy of Alakir is a friend of mine.
Destroy all who served us off.
We have a sizable army. Who? But I'm afraid the coming showdown with the Nephroset hordes will demand all able-bodied Tol'Vir of Ramkehen and Orsis join the fight. I want you to be at the forefront of our recruiting efforts. Okay.
We have a war to wage.
They say a link is only as strong as its weakest link. I subscribe to that theory and expand upon it. Rather than remove the link, one must strengthen it. Interesting philosophy. The other links will step up their performance out of fear that they themselves become the weakest link. In our army's case, our weakest link has a name, Salhet. You'll find him training at the bottom of the stairs. Let's start him off with something easy. Maybe some hyenas.
Back to your post.
Yeah, by the way, these are BFA voice actors, if you're wondering what's going on here. You'll notice we're slightly ill-prepared for battle. The Tol'Vir tribes have never had any sort of major confrontation for thousands of years. In fact, I believe the last time was the invasion of Lei Shen. All combat protocols the Titans programmed into our ancestors are still there, though. Some are part of our instincts, some get passed on as tradition, but none of this we can compensate for lack of supplies. We need weapons, we need armor. Let's go get that, then. Go back to him in a minute. No, that sounds about right, Creamy. I mean, they could be blood elves. The distinction between blood and high at this point is minuscule. Really. Ever since the Sunwell was reignited, it's purely a political distinction. So in other words, are you a high elf for the Horde and Silvermoon, or are you a high elf for the Alliance? That's about all that boils down to. That's doubly funny nowadays because the distinction between the two is going away more and more as time goes on. Hey, Tormacris. Thank you for the sub, as always. And, as usual, if you would like to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Did the Burning Legion ever make their own Demon Hunters? I think technically, yeah, Lunaru. Because Blizzard, for reasons I've never fully understood, has been resistant to allowing Alliance players to just roll High Elves for over a decade at this point. Like, seriously, they've been weirdly resistant about that. I know what you're thinking, but the silhouettes are so important in PvP. No, they're not. They're not. They haven't been in a very long time. The silhouette theory has been gone for years now. I mean, the silhouette theory went out the window the moment Pandaria came out, frankly. But even ignoring that, right now, if you go PvP in one of the high-end battlegrounds, you can group with people from whichever side. That's gone, right? There's no you seeing an orc and knowing it's an enemy anymore. That is no longer applicable. So, I'm sorry, there really is no viable reason to not allow the Alliance to just roll High Elves. You already have the models. They're just Blood Elves with different colored eyes. That's it. So it's not even a lot of work to do it. You'd probably have to sit down with a quest team, come up with a starter zone for the High Elves, or a tutorial experience. Maybe set in Theramore, I don't know. Figure something out. And get a new voice actor or actress in, or I guess both. Record some new lines of dialogue. And you're done. That's it. Also true of Breakfast Slam. I'm only bringing up the silhouette theory because it is the only defense I have heard people use, including devs, to try and justify a lot of the faction-y stuff they've done over the years. And as you are pointing out, and as I myself have proven, the silhouette theory hasn't been valid for literally over a decade. Even if it was ever valid. Like, even if I give you that gradient and say, ah, sure, I'll give you that. It's still not true. Anyways. Of course, Shadow Machine. Although it's only on the PS5, so that's fine, I suppose. Anyways, who has a tougher time struggling with it? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. What I meant to say there... Excuse me. By all intents and purposes, the harder inner voice to deal with is probably Illyria, is what I meant. The Void is just subtler. And patient. Demonic voices are far more like holding back a raging dam, right? As long as you keep up that resistance, you're probably fine. It's difficult to do. It's tiring. But, you know, you can do it. The void, if it does its job correctly, you won't even notice it. Excellent job. You might not think this adds up to much, but this very well made the difference between life and death for one of our soldiers.
This had better be
Yeah,
good.
we'll see plenty of examples of void corruption in Cataclysm. You're a born leader. It'll be good to have you by our side when war comes to these lands.
Enough chatter.
Though we aren't formally at war yet, the Nephroset do not hesitate to imprison or kill all who trespass on their territories. King Ferris refuses to reciprocate, even when they use our lands to smuggle stolen relics. What are we, England? My scouts report that the Nephroset are about to move a major shipment of looted weapons there. I've instructed the laborers you recruited to assist you, calling them with his horn when you find the smugglers and recover those weapons.
Back to your post.
Yeah, Deathwing himself is a victim of it, although he's got a lot of story going on for him, and unfortunately most of it is not in the game. I will acquiesce to that fact. Something some people say is so much of the story of WoW isn't in the game. I don't fully agree with that, but part of the reason why is because that isn't really true anymore. A lot of the old story in the game during the circa, the expansions we're doing, I'd say up until about Warlords. Yeah, they would put a lot of that into the books, and it was mandatory, stuff in order to actually understand what the hell was going on. By contrast, that is no longer really the case. You can actually play through, say, Legion, or Shadowlands, as much as I hate to admit it, or BFA, or Dragonflight or War Within, and you will know what's going on. You don't need to go read the books. They're ancillary, as they should be. The good news is if you're paying attention to what I just said, you heard me mention Dragonflight as one of the expansions that actually puts the lore in the frickin' game. So we will finally be able to give character positives to Deathwing in Dragonflight. Great honor to meet you, Uldum. I've heard much about you. High Commander Kamzas has a special mission for me. Wait, don't tell me it's hyenas again, right? Very well, I'll do my best. Meet me in the Sunwatcher's Ridge. I won't disappoint you. Oh, I have no idea, Lunarith. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, you can play an Eridar at this point, for God's sakes. So listen, I got bad news for you guys. I'm a demon hunter lord thing. I guess demon lord is actually accurate for what I literally am, so yeah, y'all are dead. Goodbye. But Stormwind humans are the only humans, is Miristar. And humans are just alliance because there's only one mono faction. I'm glad they're moving away from that, as an aside. Did you notice that Torellian flat out called out Stromgarde as one of the places they want to rebuild? I wonder if that's indicative. Because we know they're doing stuff with northeastern kingdoms in an upcoming expansion. So maybe? I have no idea, J. Palmer. I haven't done any of that stuff since, like, Legion. I mean, the problem with that is it's functionally impossible with the WoW engine and everything. The WoW engine doesn't actually allow... I'm sure you've noticed this. There's no possible distortion of meshes in the WoW engine. So you can't actually have that kind of warping, which is required to change your body shape around. I don't know why it doesn't allow for that warping, but it doesn't. I would assume there's something under the hood with how they program it. might be related to the netcode thing, might simplify how the game conveys information back and forth between the network, between the server and you, your client. I don't actually know. That's presumptive. Yeah, I know games like, I'll use a specific example, Black Desert Online have pretty bad netcode. Partially because of things like that. Or, to use an older example, Star Wars Galaxies. That would be interesting, though. There's rumors lining around that they might actually... Oh, God, Tor. They might actually be doing another character model update in the next 2 expansions. It'd be interesting if they allowed something like that. Well, that wasn't all that great, was it? Listen, Aramdumia. Before you give up on me, there's something I'd like to show you. I'm not much of a fighter. I'm not very coordinated. I have a tactical mind. What? RTS in my Warcraft? Get the hell out of here. Yeah, I was going to say, have you seen Thrall's model lately? It is quite high detailed. Same with Anduin. I know they're custom models, but still. If you remember, they did the same thing with Garrosh. He was the first one to get a new meshed model, not counting the Pandarans, back in Pandaria. Like, if you ever seen Garrosh's old model, it's night and day. Holy crap. Ever since I was a cub, I've wanted to be a general. I was eager to join the army, but as you've seen, my combat skills are not all there. This is not the first time I've been sent to kill hyenas. In fact, I get sent here so often I've befriended these lions, and I've trained them to do my bidding. Let's have a tactical section. I was really hopeful this was going to become a thing. This is baby's first RTS in WoW. Lack of a better way to put it. It's very, very bare bones and very threadbare, but it is something. And as with so many other elements in Kata, this was clearly a tech demo. Problem is, they abandoned the hell out of this, and they never did anything with it after this. So, enjoy this while it's here. This is it. Yeah, there's actually a couple quests here. And in fact, they're both in this zone. They're both in Uldum. They're here and further up north with the artillery stuff. It is a little clump. Oh, there's actually, sorry, there's one other one I forgot about. There's 3. Maybe they just never were able to make it as smooth as they wanted to. You know, as Creamy mentions, it's a little clumsy. But I don't know. I was kind of hopeful that they would develop this more, because most of the time when they implement something, it's clumsy, and then they iterate on it and it gets better. In this case, they just abandoned it like a wet potato. No, you heard me right. A wet potato. Nobody wants to hold a wet potato. It's gross. Kind of slimy, you know? Not bad, huh? Maybe you can put in a word with the High Commander. Maybe he'll put me in charge of our own squad. Yeah, keep dreaming, kid. I mean, Shield Slam does have a good sound effect to it. Wonk.
State your business. Destroy all who serve Nazoth.
This is quite timely. I will distribute these armaments to my men and to the laborers you recruited. I have a feeling they'll show as much courage as my best trained captains.
Enough chatter.
Salhet? A tactician, you say? Very well. If you vouch for him, we might be able to arrange something.
We have a war to wage.
And then we'll finally see Warcraft 4. No, we won't.
How may I assist you?
War, you say? Divinations for war are always difficult. Some wars must never be fought, even if victory is assured. Some wars have to be waged, even if defeat is certain.
Uldum is in your debt.
Slaying the foul creatures that plague the river will not be enough. A new generation of these monstrosities always threatens to spawn in our holy waters. Destroy their foul eggs.
You bring us hope.
The vernal river has become afflicted with a terrible corruption. Whether it was brought here maliciously or accidentally is not of great significance. The result is the same. As the river becomes clouded, so does our ability to peer into the future. Look outside. These foul creatures were never meant to live in the pristine waters of our river.
Oppose Nazoth at end.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is our 5th quest at this point. To kill eels. Who hated eels on the development team? Someone somewhere looked at his Mirror Star and was like, yep, that's something that has to die. I mean, they are delicious. Ugh, eel pizza. Ugh, ugh, ugh. They knew as Mirror Star. They always knew. For real, though. For real? Oh my god, lore. I didn't do that on purpose. That doesn't count. I'm gonna laugh if you really don't like the drive races, Hero. When we get there. In like 2 months. Yep, for real? Kill them, my minions. Kill them all. Look, Ryuji was awesome. No complaints, no complaints. He's an idiot, but he's our idiot, you know? Ryuji is the kind of guy who'd walk into, like, a random store. Just like a clothing store. Be like, hey, listen. I was wondering, do you have any shirts that would fit a member of the Phantom Thieves? Not that I'm saying I'm one of them, but if I were, what kind of shirts would you think I should be wearing? The attendant is like, well, sir, I suppose you want something black? Nah, I don't like black. I want something that's really going to be flashy and show those rotten adults what I think of them. Look, Master, I've been using Arcut since, like, BC era. I don't know what to tell you. I've tried dozens of other HUD add-ons over the years. They all suck. Arcut is best HUD. Goes to a restaurant. All right, listen. I'm not saying that I'm a member of the Phantom Thieves, but hypothetically, if I were... Yes, Yusuke is right there. Oh, that food looks so good. Yusuke, we have money. Let us buy you food. No, it's okay. I would never want to steal. But it's not stealing. We're offering you food. Take the food, Yusuke. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to be a bother. Damn it, Talia. Take the food. Eat the food. Be happy with the food. Kill the food.
Please speak your mind.
Yusuke's from Persona 5.
Have faith in the sun.
I thank you, Arumdumia. That will make our prophetic visions much clearer.
Oppose Nazoth at every
I can already see more clearly. We are right to be wary of the evil Neferset. I can already sense they're behind the forces that corrupt the river. Go underwater into the cavern, and you'll find the Neferset are performing a foul ritual of corruption. Stop them so the river is cleansed once again.
Uldum is in your debt.
What? You're a... What? Yeah, I would say... Well, Morgana is probably the closest one to an actual negative character. But I think we all know who's probably my least favorite character in Persona 5. Because they just can't actually make her a freaking character. Gosh darn it. Listen, no time for you to be a character. We need to question our morally light, gray, light morality again. Golly, was it really wrong of us to change the mind of Johnny Baby Eater, the inventor of eating babies? For real, when you put it that way, I'm not so sure. What do you think, stupid? Sorry, I'm just straight up quoting a sketch at this point. I apologize. Ah. Oh my god. I actually admit I didn't like Akechi all that much either. I know he's like everyone's darling. I don't understand why, I'm gonna be honest. Serpents of the Death, come to the aid of... Oh my god! Why are there so many demons attacking me? Ah! Demons everywhere! Ah! Nothing but demons! Ah! Oh god, there's another demon! Why are there so many demons? Ugh. Yeah, ignore my colossal demon army here. It's fine. It's fine. Like, what's like half of a legion, right? A liege? That sounds weird. A jun? That sounds weirder. A leggy. There we go. The ledge. Oh, no, there you go. There you go. A burning cohort. Keep it Roman. Yeah, Persona 5 is too long. It's never gonna get funded. We all know this. We've all accepted this.
Ramkahen welcomes you. Have faith.
You might have dealt with the symptoms of the problem, but I've been studying these foul beasts, and the eggs are not laid here by them. The stream from the current carries the eggs to the dam, but whatever's laying them is upstream. Okay, fine. God. I'll get rid of eels. This is 4 quests, excuse me now, to kill eels. Just for this guy. But Persona 6 already exists. It's called Metaphor. Let's do that one. Yeah, Persona 5 was pre-Oblivion Line. Alas. This is the cataclysm of the eel population. Jeez Louise. Good night, J. Palmer. Get some good rest. What's funny is we played Royale last time. I've also played Persona 5 twice, although, if I'm being 100% honest, I do not remember the first playthrough. Not really. I have to remind myself I even did that first playthrough. Just achingly slow here. Yeah, the first time was before Royal even existed, if I'm remembering correctly.
Are you in need?
Yes, the waters are clearing up. I am certain I'll be visited by a vision before the High Council meets. Be warned, my vote will only be swayed by what I see. You might have helped us greatly here today, but if the vision tells me to make a case against war, then that is the way my vote will be cast.
Have faith in the sun.
Now here, let's look up some specifics, Talia. LoreRunner.com. Plug. Actually, someone said something. It was actually like last week, but it really made me happy. They were like, hey, I can't find such and such. And then before I even had a chance to respond to them, wait, I found it on the website. I was very happy about that. Okay, Persona. Persona 5 was... Oh, it's not going to tell me the specifics, is it? No, it's not. I'm going to have to go here for that. I can do that. Hang on. Let's go up here. Come on, YouTube. Suck slightly less. Slightly. 5% less suckitude. Oh, Persona 5 was pre-Oblivion, but I'm curious how much it was pre-Oblivion. Okay, that was June of 2020. Relevance. Oblivion was October of 2020. Missed the line by 4 months.
You may speak.
I also got a whole lot of people hating that review. Stating that I was critically under-reviewing the best JRPG ever made. 2 pieces of news have reached me today, Warlock. The High Council has reached a decision about the war, and my brother has been slain by Neferset. I no longer need to wait for the former to lead my people into battle. We move against the Neferset as soon as my people are ready.
Farewell, traveler.
What? As soon as we make our move west in order to attack Neferset, the enemy will strike us from the east, where we'll be weak. Nahom will be the first to fall, and if it does, Ramgen will follow. A small detachment is there already.
Our power is in our people.
What? By the way, I should mention, I liked Persona 5 quite a bit, obviously, since it's made such an impression on me. And under the old system, it reviewed pretty damned well. But, you know. So, I think we just skipped a cutscene. Unless they moved it. I will be honest, I couldn't put Persona 5 in the top 5 range. It's a damn good JRPG, and RPG, and game, but... a game I have to play on mute, and takes entirely too long, and wastes entirely too much of my time, and, if I'm being honest, also kind of goes down in quality the further into the game you get. Uldum, it's you. My regiment was ambushed on the way out here. Our captain was slain, leaving me in command. Until you got here, of course, sir. There's an old story about Nahom. It speaks of a powerful prophet named Atulhet, who held off troves of enemies by channeling the power of the sun. Most believe it legend, but that power could be useful right now. The Neferset have ransacked the tomb. They've taken artifacts of power and shattered tablets. Go see if you can retrieve any of them. We, the priests of Nahom, are guardians of the tombs of the precursors. Ever since the Neverset turned to their new masters, they've returned to great heresies. They robbed the sacred tombs of our forefathers, seeking powerful artifacts and destroying invaluable relics in the process. Go to the tombs east of here and punish the tomb robbers for their transgressions. I will say this. Having played 3, 4, and 5, I put 5 at the top easy. However, I have not played 3R or 4G. I'm sure Blade Taval would appreciate this, but what really made Persona 5 work for me was the characters. I know, right, Ross? Well, now there's an interesting question. If I could date anyone, regardless of gender, in Persona 5, who would I pick? Obviously my sister. No, you know, honestly, I think what you said jokingly is actually probably my actual answer, Ross. Yusuke. Like, think about that. I'm also fine with Makoto, who is the main character of the game. Yeah, he is voiced by Matt Mercer. Hard to argue there. The problem with Kawakami, and we actually talked about this during the run, is she's who I would date. I'm in my 40s. Of course I would date the older woman. Joker's in school. So, you know. Yeah, Ryuji and Anne are both taken. And are both too much sister/brother type characters. So that's out. The drunk adult is a drunk adult. I can't remember her name, but you know what I'm talking about. So that's out. Can you even date the goth doctor? Whose name I can't remember. Kemi. That's it. How old is Takemi? Because she looks like she's like 18. Perhaps you're as powerful as a bird after all. You have our gratitude. You're welcome. To find them? What was salvageable? Excellent. Let's see if we can find anything of import. Oh, it's all right here. A Tulet built a potent weapon into this temple. The only way to access it is the correct cipher. It's reportedly hidden in the Kesset Pass. We must hope the looters haven't gotten to it yet. That's where the Raider Lord is operating. He's the most ruthless of the lot. Without reinforcements, this might be our only hope. Let's see what we can do then. I don't know. Takemi, I'm not into it. Oh my god, Blade Tval. Guys, we need to kill Blade Tval. Sorry, Blade Tval. It's for your own good. I gotta be completely honest. I would actually put Futaba at the bottom. Second to bottom. The second to worst option. Because holy crap. The only thing that's worse is the spoiler character. Which I can't even imagine why that's a thing in the game. Holy crap. Ah, Fortune Girl. Also known as, you're going to go along with this particular quest arc because you really want this functionality in the game. Makoto's sister, Sai? Done. No more questions. We're dating her. Did you retrieve the Codex? It's true, it does exist. It worked. We will defend Naham with the power of the temple. Yeah, Titan artifacts tend to make good defenses. Let's do this. What's wrong with Futaba? She's our sister. Our younger sister, actually, while we're on the subject. Okay. Having said that, and this is purely personal, but I would say that even if there was not the familial problem there, this is a cool quest, by the way. Futaba strikes me as someone who probably shouldn't go into a relationship like 10 minutes after she's broken out of being a severe, like, probably has actual mental issues introvert. And I don't mean introvert. You know what I mean, though. She was a shut-in, right? She was a severe shut-in. She needs a friend. That's just my take on that. Yeah, she needs a therapist. But yeah, she needs friends. She needs people to actually be there for her and help her. And interestingly enough, that is something she gets. So credit to the game for allowing that to be a thing. Yeah, you are my key item. That's so awesome. For the record, Futaba's amazing. She's actually one of my favorite characters. Haru, well, I mean, again, the problem with Haru is she's not a character at all. And this isn't like a FF16 what's-her-face problem. Haru just does not have screen time. Until the sequels. She very much has last party member syndrome. She shows up way too late in a very long game, and then they don't do anything with her. Our work here is done. Against all odds, we stopped the Neferset advance. Let's join forces pushing west, lest they take all the glory for themselves. Yeah, no, they would literally have to remove someone to push Haru in. Yeah, Makoto is a good pick for all the right reasons, and Yusuke is a good pick for all the right reasons. Those are my two picks right there. The Neferset tombs are not the only threat to our... The Neferset are not the only threat to our tombs. A gnomish expedition stumbled on our land weeks ago. They did not heed our warnings and dug too deep into a cursed vault. The entire gnomish expedition is now afflicted with a terrible curse. Grin. Super grin. Ladies and gentlemen, do you like multiple pluses to gameplay for one quest? was gonna save this for later, but we're probably towards the end of the day anyway. So yeah, let's just push for this, shall we? Politics Man is absolutely my favorite confidant in 5, no question. I liked most of the confidants, but he was just amazing. But yes, this was, we actually referenced this all the way back in BC. This was the original Sand Gnome follow-through. A feminine voice addresses us over the terminal. Emergency code 55-729. Upper cerebral cortex functions of expedition members compromised. Please report to your nearest terminal location to the southeast of the Sunstone Terrace. I mean, Sojiro's awesome. I just didn't think of him as a confidant. I guess he does count. Agreed, Mad Overlord. Her biological family. Now that I had it bad, Jesus. Scanning subject. Cerebral cortex diagnostics indicate absence of tomb curse phenomenon. Diagnostics did reveal frequent head trauma. User would do well to exercise more caution around blood objects in the future. Thanks, computer. The curse has taken over the expedition members' higher brain functions, but my calculations reveal their suppressed adolescent subconsciousness can still be stimulated by realistic imagery. Utilize this hollow projector to distract them. They are currently setting up explosives at the tomb to the east to attempt to gain access to the secret passages in Uldum. They seek dangerous re-origination technology. They must be stopped. The expedition's numbers are extremely large. Dealing with them by conventional means would take you 2,700,136.5 hours. We can make use of a powerful source of energy within the expedition's crawler vehicle. We will need access to the fusion core's access codes to accomplish this. Mechgineer Twizzleflux has these codes and can be found at the Starwatch Tower. I have uploaded jamming frequencies to the Scrambler. Use it to disable Twizzleflux's defenses. Also notice there's that stupid, the submarine from Bashir. Except it's actually got a crawler tread on the bottom, too. Hang on, I've got to disable these people. Just sneak up here, don't mind me. Oh look, it's a new car. Isn't that cool? Yes, come look at the new car, everybody. It's very cool looking. Just disable all this. One of these holograms is very cool, but unfortunately we're not seeing it yet. There it is. It is a guy shredding a guitar axe while riding on top of a T-Rex, which is on top of a shark that has a laser on its head. I have nothing to add to this. Sorry, a frickin' laser attached to its head. My bad. That's an Eridar female waggling her hips. I have nothing to add to that either. Listen, if we lost our brains, we'd be violent minerals. Or minerals? Yeah, minerals. I'm gonna go with minerals. Violent minerals, Lenirith. You have no idea. Listen, less intelligent people are obviously more violent. That's just science right there. Oh yeah, Epicus Maximus. Well done, Aurum Dumia. The expedition has already doomed itself. There's no need to endanger the rest of the world as well. Did you succeed? I estimate your chance of survival at 68.5%. Excellent job, user Aurum Dumia. We must obtain access to the fusion core now. It is true. New expedition crews have arrived by sea. My scanners detect they have already been afflicted by curse phenomenon. You must hurry and go aboard the MAC Diver. The access codes will give us control over the fusion core's function. User Aurum Dumia, I must ask you to hack a very sophisticated mainframe known as a Wibson. Don't worry, I'll provide you further instructions. Alright, let's go hack this Wibson. Alright. Who's ready to do some hacking? I've got this maintenance axe. Alright, let's hack this sucker. Oh, hang on. I gotta hack the mainframe first. Okay, we hacked the mainframe. I am in control, but I cannot keep the core temperature stable indefinitely. I have downloaded my program to the fusion core, and have complete control over it. I have created a small pocket of air inside to avoid vaporizing user Aurum Dumia. I will yield control of all movement functions so I can dedicate cycles to keeping the core stable. My analysis reveals you might feel guilt as a result of such high fatality numbers. User Aurum Dumia, you must be assured, expedition members are without hope. The name of this quest is Gnomeliteration. It requires us to kill 512 gnomes. Oh my god. Hold on. Try that again. We actually got I've never seen that bug before. That's a new one. Oh no. Oh, come on. Well, this is interesting. This is a new one for me. I've never seen this bug. There we go. That's very strange. I think we're on the wrong layer. So, yeah, this is Gnomeliteration. They had to do some funny things to even make this quest work. This is probably another tech demo, if we're being honest. I think the screams sell it, you know. I think so, as Miristar. This is just relaxing. For the longest time, I refused to turn in this quest on my warrior. So if I ever felt like it, I could just come back here and do this quest anytime I felt like it. Good luck, Asmirastar. You're gonna need it. Level 10 delves are no joke. By the way, the name of the reward there is the Katamari Crown. Why didn't they make this a daily? Anyways, I'm not going to turn that quest in. For no reason. Yeah, at some point I do actually need to sit down with all that incredible amount of time I have, ha ha ha, and actually think about doing, trying to push for my own hard mode for Zekfir. I already did the first one. That was actually pretty rough, not gonna lie. Go ahead, make fun. I don't even care. We had a bit of a time with it.
Do you bring news? Ramkahan stands with you.
Well, you have to do the second one solo, right? I haven't even tried it. I haven't even walked in. The armies of Ramkahan are getting obliterated by Neferset's immortal guardians. The only way to defeat them is slay the Dark Pharaoh. Before we make our move, however, we're going to need to take care of his lieutenants. Go behind battle lines and slay their lieutenants.
Farewell, traveler.
I will not lie to you. We face tremendous challenge ahead of us. As you go behind enemy lines into Neferset, I want you to bring back the insignia of any Neferset scum you defeat. Okay.
We will protect Uldum.
Let's try it then. Anyway, I'm not a demon hunter. Look, I get confused, okay? There's demons, you know, I'm shooting things with fel. Neferset City is too well defended. The mountain next to it is not. I've spoken with the ranger captain. He's going to take a handful of men and secure the mountaintop. There's one catch. He agreed to do this if you would spearhead the attack. It must be a small group, or else we'll draw the enemy's attention too soon. But trust me, the rangers are as tough as they come. Let's do it then. Yeah, let me get a demon hunter out. Yeah, we actually tried the first one with 3 people, and we just could not do it. You know the ads that he summons that then do the stun, I want to say? We couldn't kill them faster than he was summoning them. We were physically incapable of doing that much DPS. So we tried to ignore them and just try to avoid the ads, stun, CC, and interrupt. But we just could not push up through the damage. We finally did it when we pulled it down to 2. Just me and Pax. It was a lot easier with 2 than 3, and I don't blame our third party member. I think the scaling's a little wonky, much as I hate to admit it. We also noticed that the level of the brawn you bring in is solely dependent on whoever the party lead is, so we had to make sure that Pax was party lead, because his brawn is our highest level brawn. Yeah. We've done almost every delve with 3 people, so we thought we were ready for that. That's true, Akira White Noise. My big worry about the scaling being wonky is I kind of want something like that level of scaling for raids and mythics, you know? I want to be able to 3-man a raid. I want to be able to 3-man a mythic. I've been wanting that for literal years at this point. So, fix it! Anyways. You did it. Excellent. Yay. Okay. Now let's go kill some orc. Or, I guess that is what we're doing, so whatever. Stop stunning me. It would be interesting, though, wouldn't it? The longest time, I was always associated the bigger raids with the harder difficulties. Like, you remember when 25-man was hard mode? Before they even added heroic or mythic difficulties? It would be interesting if they codified that concept. Like, lock the hardest difficulties behind doing a raid, say, with 10 people or 20 people or whatever number they pick. You could do a raid with 3, but it's noticeably easier. Like, on purpose, right? I don't know what I think of that idea. It's an interesting thought. Congrats, says Mirastar. Yeah, no, that's why I find that an interesting thought. I admit I'm one of those weirdos who prefers it that there's a hard mode toggle. You want the hard difficulty? Then you select hard mode, right? In other words, ostensibly, like in a perfect world, a 3, 5, 18, or 25 mythic would be the same general difficulty as long as you were on mythic difficulty, right? Hi, Rocker Spirit. Don't worry, we're not really doing the meme quest right now. We're doing the actual quests first. Don't worry, I'll save the meme quests for you. That's a lie. We're doing those tomorrow. No, they're just part of the archives, Zarf. That's it. Everything before the Oblivion line's on the archives. That's nothing exclusive to Persona. What is the max level for Braun at the moment? I assume he's going away once we season up. Although I'd prefer if he not. But that is probably what's going to happen. No obliteration? Yeah, we've done the best quest in the game.
Hail, adventurer.
You're a valuable ally. We are one step closer to defeating the enemy.
Our power is in our people.
It's good to see you once more.
Ramkahan stands with you.
We're ready to strike. If we take down the Dark Pharaoh, the immortal Colossi will fall, and our armies will be able to march into Neverset. Seek him out and engage him without fear. I'll make sure you're not alone when the time comes to bring him down.
Our power is in our people.
I mean, no obliteration is a joke quest, but it's also fun, and that's kind of important to me, you know? If you're gonna make a joke of it, at least make it enjoyable. Interesting, Asmira. True, Rocker Spirit, very true. Whoop. Cutscenes. Always with the cutscenes. The Dark Pharaoh has fallen. His immortal colossi tumble like toys. Neverset City will fall. Attack! Yeah, have you noticed, by the way, these missions, these quests we've been doing? These are just an RTS mission. Maybe 2, maybe 3, but, like, this has the format, structure, and styling of it. Ignoring the obvious sections where you quite literally control units from a top-down view. You know, the enemy unit is super indestructible, and we have to sneak troops behind enemy lines in order to actually be able to attack the boss, which prevents the... Yeah, I mean, that was a StarCraft mission. StarCraft 1, for God's sakes. But yes, I do like these, which is sort of my point. And they're not a meme. So that's nice.
How may Ramkahan aid you?
It is done. We have defeated the Neverset inside their own city. I wish I could say there's peace for my people at last, but I foresee only more bloodshed.
Ramkahan stands with you.
We might have taken Neverset, but the Neverset have a new seat of power. Tolvir!
Farewell, traveler.
That's 2 dungeons we have quests for now. But now... Yep, nope, I'm right. Let me check something really quick, please. Give me a moment. Oh, hey! I've just had a sponsorship ability to play Dice Dreams! They're offering me $160 to play Dice Dreams. Oh, man, I can't wait to play that. Or Monopoly Go. What the crap is Monopoly Go? No, I'm kind of really asking, like, how do you put Monopoly into the Go format? I'm not even sure I care. Hey, Zilliers. Oh, geez, I haven't seen you in a minute. At least I don't think I have. Thank you for the sub. Always appreciate. Did I hear about how honey was always a scam? And I called that years ago when they offered to have me do a sponsor deal for them. Because it was incredibly, blindingly, overtly obvious that it was a scam. Why, yes! I did know that the people who were offering me free money for nothing were in fact scammers. I know that's shocking. SNES block, NES block, and beat 'em up block. You got it. Thank you, Zillier. As always, appreciate you. Yeah, here's for a stable 2025. It's not what we're going to get, but it would be nice. It's Monopoly on mobile. But, like... Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. You ready, Riker's Beard? I think you are. Let's go for that. Yeah, go with those two. So, Indiana Jones is fighting a big, burr-looking guy.
Can I help you? Be careful.
Good timing. Seems like I'm not the only one interested in these obelisks, and these fellas aren't inclined to compare notes. I think I can handle this guy. Maybe you could take care of a few of his friends while we wait over here.
For the Alliance.
Yeah, you fight this one guy. I'll go kill 10. Listen, I don't have a lot of time to talk. These guys are excavating relics from the site and taking pieces of ancient technology that we need. I need to check their crates for pieces of an ancient activation device. The officers should have the codes you need. Hurry. We can't let them load this stuff into their planes.
See you around.
Oh, nice, Blatewell. Thank you. Appreciate you. Would I say my viewers are primarily JRPG fans? That's a fascinating question. I'm going to go with no. However, I am going to go ahead and say that I think I got labeled as the RPG guy for a really long time because I go really far in depth onto story, which when I started doing this job, not a lot of people did that. Nowadays, it's a little more common. As a consequence, I'm pretty sure a lot of my viewer base, especially older viewers, people who've been with me for a while, are RPG fans. I like Lufia too, Roz. I think Savacom does too. Anyways. What's my opinion on the leaked new class spec possibilities? So I actually have commented on those already, Creamy, so I've got an answer prepped for you. Yes, please. Let me play more support specs. I haven't even played augmentation, and I don't care. Because I love the idea of playing full support. I know it kind of sucks to solo, and I kind of don't care. I have been wanting more support specs in MMOs for years, because, as anybody who's played FF11 will attest to, but also a lot of the older, like Bronze and Silver era MMOs will tell you, playing a pure support class was a thing back in the day. They kind of got rid of it for a long time. Guild Wars 2 was to my knowledge, was the first modern MMO to actually bring back the idea of a full support spec, and consequently, it's a lot of fun. I used that as my proof of concept for the longest time. WoW, using augmentation, is kind of my new proof of concept. Like, hey, look, we can make this a thing, and it's super cool. More, please. Yeah, the Paper Marios do qualify as JRPGs, and they're kind of really good games, so... Anyways, this manual describes outlandish theories on how to most efficiently manage large groups of workers as they engage in excavation projects. After a quick skim of the material, it becomes clear the author of the book is the figure in charge of the overly aggressive pillagers here. A map on the back indicates they have a bunker southwest of here. Perhaps an introduction is in order. I can only assume that the picture on the cover is the self-absorbed author. Yeah, FF11, again, Silver Age MMO, has pure support specs, and from what I'm told, they're legit. I have to go with, like, an asterisk on there, because I don't know. Again, the only one I know myself with total certainty is Guild Wars 2. I myself have a setup on my Guardian, which is pure support with a little bit of heal on the side. So I guess that's a pure support. It's a lot of buffs and a few heals on the side. It is a lot of fun to play, and I act as a hell of a multiplier. I should also mention the way we used to play Guild Wars 1. Back in Guild Wars 1, me and Pax would be the only people who would actually do any damage in the party. I should mention the party size was 8. So, me and Pax, I was playing an assassin, he was playing a warrior. And we had 6 people who were all supports to some extent or another. And we were a death ball. The best part is we had lots of support people. So we didn't even just have, like, the same 6 support. We would change what we bring based on the makeup or the mission we were doing. I mean, honestly, ditto, Ross. I was shocked at how relatively bad Earthbound is. But I suppose it makes sense. It was extremely experimental. That's what you get, I guess. Oh, excuse me. So what killed support classes? I actually don't have an answer for that. I mean, it would be easy to point the finger at WoW and say, J'accuse, but I don't actually know. So what I'm trying to think of in my head is how many Golden Era MMOs actually have proper support setups. Because I can only think of one off the top, well, 2 off the top of my head. WoW, which is extremely recent, and the aforementioned Guild Wars 2. Yeah, maybe it's just people got way too attached to the Holy Trinity. And started focusing on just tank, healer, DPS, nothing else. Yeah, but Lineage 2 is a Silver Era game. The Trinity is a lot easier to balance, that's fair. I mean, I'm one of those people who liked the idea back when certain tanks were just better at certain things, you know? Just by virtue of being a better tank, you were really good at such and such. We talked about that when we were going through Black Temple. There were bosses in there that were very clearly designed to be like, you brought a bear tank, right? Because this boss just does damage that bypasses blocking and dodging and parrying. So you just need the health pool to endure it. Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow. I like the idea of splitting the tanks up like that. I have to admit there are some problems with that because that boils down to the, you know, how do we design fights around that concept? Bring the player, not the class, etc., etc. But as I've also pointed out, there are methods that exist nowadays to try and adapt fights on the fly based on party makeup, which might help mitigate that problem.
You need something? Have a good one.
Have you got the Titan activation device? Yep.
See you around.
That's it.
For the Alliance. See you later. Have a good one.
That's a relief, thanks. Turns out I got my hands full here.
Be careful.
This guy just won't go down. You're doing great, kid. Only one thing left to do. According to my research, there should be a Titan statue down below. Use the device to activate it, then break it down. If my theory is correct, the statue holds the key to reactivating the obelisk.
See you around.
Okay. Down we go, then. Into the depths. One second, right here. Let's see here. Oh, not here? Okay, over here, then. Do I need to kill you? Got it. That's okay. I can make that happen. Hit a few buttons here. There we go. I would say Three Houses is probably going to score quite well, but it's going to get quite a few negatives for lack of a better word, slog. Three Houses is just too long of a game. There's nothing else for it. It's got the Persona 5 problem, you know? The game there, both in game and story, is quite legit. The padding, not so much. According to Harrison's notes, placing the lens on the dial should reactivate the obelisk. Alright. Okay, yep, this is... Oh my gosh. And there's a couple of bits of the story that kind of make me roll my eyes, but, like, it's not a big deal. 2 obelisks activated now. If I'm being honest, and I know I'm going to get some flack for this opinion, I think both WoW and FF14 have too many tanks. They should probably bring them down to a smaller, more manageable number, and then split up how they play and what they're good at substantially more. Like, reduce the quantity so you can increase the quality of each one, for lack of a better way to put that. Like, really make them different and more interesting, my opinion.
What can I do for you?
Okay, I've softened this guy up. How about you help me finish him off? Dude, you have been fighting this guy for like 5 minutes.
Be careful.
Whatever, I'm gonna go over here. Quick, onto the plane. What plane? What plane? Oh, okay, there it is. It popped back into existence. Hey, you remember this scene from Indiana Jones? It's even buggy. Oh, God, what is this? Oh, God, what is going on here? Like, let's think about this for a second. How many tanks do we have in WoW? God, we got Demon Hunter, Druid, Warrior, Paladin, Monk, Death Knight. I think that's all of them? What was it, 5? I will admit, warrior tanking, all the tanks I just mentioned, are actually in a really good place. And certainly they do play differently, so I guess I can't complain. Awakening, that was the first 3DS one, right? We actually did review that one once. Way back. That's in the archives. The old days. Oh, more of these guys. Unfortunately, yes, Riker's Beard. I should know because I played a Paladin tank in vanilla. Invented the concept, even, independently. I don't know, Ross. That might have been before we were archiving our stream VODs. That was back when the presumption was that nobody would ever actually want to watch the VODs. For example, nobody on YouTube is watching this right now. You know, like 3 days or 15 days or 50 days from whenever this is live. So, with that presumption, I just wasn't archiving VODs, because why bother? It wasn't until people specifically requested that I started doing that.
You need something?
Good work back there. Looks like we lost them, for now at least.
See you later.
But there's this guy. Yeah, shaman for life. Sorry. By the way, I love how they do the air buildings. They actually look like they're just solidified cloud. It's great. So, Let's turn into this guy. He had a whole new, like, fancy way to handle organization in large numbers.
Glory to the Sindori.
Oh, look, it's one of Schnauz's pamphlets. I'll be taking that if you don't mind.
Shorelaran.
The commander is quite busy now, I'm afraid. The demands of an operation such as this require much of his attention these days. While you wait to speak with him, why don't you mingle with our guests? We have invited a variety of Azeroth's most illustrious figures to be present when we unlock the secrets of this region. I am confident you will find them captivating.
Keep your wits about you. The reckoning is at hand.
Time is money, friend.
Oh, yeah, all these people speak this very exaggerated, thick German accent, so forgive me when I voice them that way. So there's a prolific writer.
Hello.
I'm working on a biographical piece for Commander Schnauz, among other things. You'll have to excuse
Have
me.
a good one.
It's a privileged socialite.
Hey there.
I saw them loading a shipment of artifacts in the boats the other day. It was the most gold I've ever seen in one place.
See you around.
There's the aspiring starlet.
The dark times will pass.
Yes, have you been enjoying your time here? Oh, it's been wonderful. The commander is so confident, and that accent. I must admit, he's quite captivating. Do you know if he's married? I'm not sure. Anything else you can tell me about him? Word has it some of the relics in these parts hold mystical power. He seems to be fascinated with such things. What do you think about the troops he's arming? Seems excessive, no? I'm sorry. I really don't know enough to discuss such things. And honestly, I'd prefer to keep it that way.
We will have justice.
Okay, let's talk to the artist.
You need something?
Now, isn't this the place to be? Touring unexplored corners of the world with like-minded fellows. What could be better? Indeed. How do you find the commander, friend? He's a bit animated for my taste, but the world needs all kinds, I suppose. Why do you ask? His troops? His guards? It seems a little intense. I see what you mean, I suppose. You know, I'm just here because I wanted to expand my horizons a bit, see the world, whatnot. I'm not terribly concerned about the goings-ons of others. Nice to meet you, though.
Safe travels.
Right. Okay.
How are you?
I say, raise a glass, my friend. Take in the sights. This entire region's been hidden away for ages, you know. And what do you know of our generous host, good sir? Why, just look at the treasure he's accumulated. I'm not always comfortable with his methods, but there's no denying his results. Best not to dwell on unpleasant thought. It's bad manners, you know. Well, what is it brings you to these parts? Speculation, my dear girl. Once our eager little furrier has unearthed enough treasure, he'll be one of Azeroth's most influential figures. We'll all be properly positioned when that comes to pass.
See you around.
Okay.
What can I do for you?
This is quite an operation, wouldn't you say? Indeed. What do you think of our host? I must admit I'm intrigued by his ambitious little upstart. I'm not rushing to judgment, mind, but I've heard some unsettling rumors. Time will tell if his motives are just. Yeah, I've encountered some of his underlings in the field. They've been quite hostile. I'm not surprised. So many questions I cannot ignore. Where are the weapons for an archaeological dig? What's being done with the unearthed relics? Under whose authority is the excavation being conducted? The answers don't seem to be forthcoming. I'll have to find out for myself, I suppose.
Safe travels.
Can I help you?
My advice to you is simple, Goblin. Do not get in the way here.
Have a good one.
Nice folk. Nice folk. Oh my god, Shadow Machine. Hey look, it's Gobbles. Hello, Gobbles. Actually, I have not, Yura.
Anubelore Delana.
I trust you had no troubles fitting in with our guests,
Farewell.
The commander can be most generous to those who demonstrate loyalty, and I don't know if something you could do to curry favor. Before building up his workforce, he dealt in the furs of animals. He's quite skilled in the art of leatherworking. The furrier can do wonders with even the most tattered of pelts. The dried oasis to the east is said to be home to a rare breed of coyote. their furs would make a very thoughtful gift.
Remember the sun well. We will have justice.
There is much work to be done in this region, Goblin. They both have a passion for the ancient technologies here, do we not? Perhaps there's a way for us to work together. Let us put misunderstandings of the past behind us, then, hmm? There's a elusive animal in the region that's been hunting. Bring me this creature as token of your sincerity. Then maybe I'll let you in on my operation. Yes, let us go kill the desert fox for the furrier. You know, half of my chat's like, huh? Reminds me of a joke from Futurama. Someone makes a pun, and in the background, Fry's like, I get it. And then, you know, several lines later in the background, oh, now I get it. God, that show. Has anyone seen the latest season? Because I have not. I haven't had time. Most people agree with that era. In fact, I've actually heard it argued that Legacy of Kain was the first, or one of the first games to take story seriously. I don't think I agree with that, but it is definitely a bit of a forerunner when it comes to story-focused games. It was also written by a trained writer, which sounds like a strange thing to say, but it's worth noting most video game writers are not trained writers. It was also one of the first games to actually have legitimately good voice acting. That's honestly probably one of its real stamps on video gaming history. Do I watch Rick and Morty? No. I don't like Rick and Morty. I know. The skies above the shriveled oasis are littered with nasty vultures. Like infectious rodents with wings, the creatures serve no purpose and inflict untold misery. That's not true. Vultures are, oh god, what do they call that? Creatures that remove decay from the world. Now, that's an interesting question, Ross. I guess scavengers is valid. It wasn't what I was going for, but that'll work. So, okay. You know me. I've been following the localization of the FFs since they came out, actually. And it was a pretty steady incline in quality all the way up to FF9. Then FF10 came out. And while FF9 had some issues, I legitimately think that FF10 was a noticeable step backwards in terms of localization quality. And it makes sense why. It was their first voice-acted game. And at no point did it occur to the people who were localizing it how to localize it for spoken word. So they were like, In fact, I actually think 10.2 is noticeably higher quality localization than 10. Yeah, I know, but I stand by it. In fact, I honestly think 10.2 was a fairly noticeable bump necessary to allow for 12 to be really, really, really well localized. First truly amazing localization in an FF game. By the way, you notice that we just keep giving ourselves quests in Cataclysm? kidding, Rector's Beard. Yeah, they had the timing bug to deal with. They had to match the lip flaps because they refused to do the animation a second time. Which, understandable. And they'd never worked with voice acting before in general. And they were on a bit of a limited budget. Like, some people tend to forget how early in the PS2's life cycle that FF10 was. So, while it's understandable why, the truth is FF10's localization isn't really that great. I honestly think one of the reasons people dislike Tidus is because of the localization. I mean, he's got an interesting character arc with a very good voice actor. Come on. So, Creamy asks, how do I select the games in the list? So to be very clear about this, I want to make sure that you're referring to the list, aka the games that are potentially being funded right now. You type !list in chat, that list. So I don't want to answer the wrong question. Yep, okay, the list. So the answer to that question may surprise you. I don't. I haven't added any games to the list, ever, actually. Someday I hope to actually be at the point where I can start adding games I'm interested in and want to review. But that is contingent upon us being caught up in the queue, a state we have still, as of this exact moment in time, failed to reach. So the way games get added to the list is you add them. People donate, and when you donate, you can actually put that towards adding a game to the list. Just one. And if you do so, I have to vet it, because it has to be obtainable, it has to be playable, and it has to be streamable. That's the requirements. And it has to be not vetoed for whatever reason, because some games just don't make good stream games, like Animal Crossing is a perfect example of that. Nobody wants me to stream Animal Crossing. That's a terrible idea. I guess that's actually it. Yeah, monthly Patreon posts, bits, direct donations, Twitch subs, or lore coins. All of those are qualified as the same thing, a donation. The skies above the shriveled oasis. Oh, hang on, sorry. Let's turn in the correct quest there. You've made the Cradle of the Ancients a somewhat less despicable place to travel through. Yay. A game I've had to endure for a long time until I started loving it. Yeah, FF14. That's not even a dig. That's just the truth. I didn't love that game till Shadowbringers, and that was like my 5th time playing FF14? Something like that.
Our enemies will fall.
Were you successful in your hunt?
The reckoning is
these
at
are
hand.
exquisite. The commander will be able to make a winter uniform with these.
Keep your wits about you.
We have a strict policy among our rakes, one we take most seriously. Our troops are dressed in official uniform at all times. This helps with organization, friendly fire incidents are reduced, and it keeps the troops looking wonderful. We call it fashionism. We've been running low on uniforms lately, and I ask you to recover them from the troops of the fallen.
We will have justice.
Yeah. Have you captured the... Yeah, we have fashionism run by the Furrier. You've done it. Perhaps I can trust you with this more serious matters, There's something I need handled. My most trusted advisor has run afoul of an ancient curse. A hex that has transformed the man into a turkey of all things. I have studied for days to discover a remedy for his condition. And finally, I'm ready to conduct the ritual. I will require several idols from the nearby ruins. Bring them to me at once. Dr. Venkman has one of my greatest researchers, until he had to be put out of my misery. He did leave me with one of the greatest accomplishments, though. Against the properly attuned supernatural adversary, this weapon will siphon the target's essence. It is of key importance in the ritual I'll be attempting. Where do you come in, you ask? Simple. You have the privilege of collecting the material. Okay. This whole cataclysm thing has really worked out in my favor. Uh-huh. Nice guy. Nice guy. Oh. Yeah, can I get some more poop jokes in here, please? Now, what's interesting about all this is, if I can be so blunt... No, okay. I don't actually mind the jokes that we have seen as of this moment in time. I know. It's true, though. Like, that fashionism joke? Okay, I'm kind of with that. Well, I don't want to bury the lead too much because it's going to take me too long to go through this quest, but the turn-in for this quest is going to continue the joke. And then so is the next quest, and so is the next quest. We'll see how bad it gets. Or even if it gets bad, who knows? Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be Brigwin. I might, Riker's Beard. I'm trying to keep an open mind in both directions. Honestly, I would actually say we've already seen some of the worst stuff with the really, really, really obvious and bad Indiana Jones references. This whole thing with the furrier, this is fine. Where's the child sidekick? I think that's us. Like, canonically. That's true, Rector's Beard. Honestly, the biggest thing that irritates me about Uldum is that there's no voice acting here. God dang it, here it is. He did ask for 8 of these idols, right? Pretty sure? Actually, maybe he didn't mention the number. It's whatever. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Okay, 8 it is. Cool. Nothing. There was nothing here. All this stuff was mostly just a completely empty, like, flat terrain that went out to the render radius. Well, I've said this before and I'll say this again. Every expansion has a little bit more and a little bit better voice acting than the previous ones. Even BFA and Shadowlands follow that rule. There's a lot of voice acting in BFA, and even more in Shadowlands, and it's some good stuff. They even brought back Michael McConaughey to voice Kel'Thuzad, which is good, because he's going to need every positive he can get to offset the pile of negatives I'm going to bury him in. God damn it. I was actually refreshing myself on his story recently, just to make sure that I wasn't remembering it inaccurately, and... No, yeah, it's terrible. There's just... Okay.
The eternal sun guides us.
Were you able to recover the uniforms we need?
Remember the sun.
Most efficient work. You should rise up rapidly through the ranks.
Farewell.
Thanks, Belloc. By the way, do you notice his name is frickin' Belloc? Have you brought me the idols, Goblin? Oh, these look to be of sufficient quality. With these, we are not one step close. This is hard to read. If you can't read that, that literally says, "We are one step closer to the cleansing ritual." That's how that's written. Well, little lady, were you successful? Oh, very good. You have earned yourself place at the ritual. You should be among the first to welcome Gobbles back to his original form. At last, the time has come to set Gobbles free of that nasty curse. Pay attention now, and stay on guard. There can be no interruptions. Let's do it. Very well, then. Let me just check my notes one last time. We layered as Minister. Yes, simple enough. Yes. Oh, Gobbles, we're ready to begin. Come. Hold on, Gobbles. Stand back, everyone. Well. What? My poor Gobbles. What could have possibly gone wrong? I followed every last detail. Wait a second. What's this? You only brought me 8 idols. This ritual specifically calls for 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. See, that's clever. I'll actually give you that one. Someone put some thought into that one. No, I was actually reading it this time around. He really did only say several idols. He didn't actually specify. The quest then, like the objective marker said 8, but he only said several. What? Okay, this is wrong. I think I know what just happened. Maybe? I mean, I'm seeing silithids and bugs, and we really shouldn't be, so let's see if we can go fix that really quick.
Need help?
Yeah, could you rewind me back to the Cataclysm, please? Thank you. Yeah, we hit level 50. That's what did it. Thanks, game. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this whole time, we finally met literally Hitler. Yeah, as soon as I saw the eggs outside, I was like, oh, okay, I see what happened. Yep, Nazoth is just poking his head in there. Don't mind him. Gobbles will be sorely missed, but the mission must not suffer. Perhaps there's something you can do to redeem yourself. Take one of the uniforms you recovered. While wearing it, my workers will not behave so aggressively. Lately, their morale has been a bit lacking. Some of the workers are refusing to perform their labors. Oh, the audacity. Find these lazy imbeciles and convince them that they must work. Or else. Sure. Oh, yeah. I'm a fashionist now. Don't read too much into that. No, YouTube. No, YouTube! That's it. There goes my career. Well, that sucked. We're behind schedule. Yeah. When aren't we behind schedule? Well, we're just casually murdering people who are refusing to be slave labor. Blizzard, do we need to have a talk? Is there a thing? Like, do we need to... There's states of existence other than us enforcing slavery. Like, I know we're supposed to be infiltrating here and all, but come on. I do like there's a very quiet background lore tidbit here. They don't really emphasize. You may or may not recognize all these guys, but these are all waste wanderers. Those are from Vanilla, from Tanarus specifically. If you're paying attention, they are no longer in Tanarus. They have been completely displaced from Tanarus. So the entire cartel, guild, whatever you want to call it, the entire group of the Waste Wanderers moved into Uldum and then started working for Schnatz. After all, he was willing to pay them a lot of money in order to work for him. That's it. Just neat little story connection tidbit. I don't think most people have ever noticed or pointed out. Don't believe the rumors, Yura. We're done, Vodlak. There may be hope for you yet.
Anaria Shola.
There is a delicate situation that calls for the objective discretion of an outsider. You see, an unfortunate incident has upset some of the guests. Rest assured, our top men are sorting out the details. In the meantime, it would be wonderful if you could calm our more squeamish visitors. Handle this well, and the furrier is sure to hear of it.
Shorelaran.
Yeah, sure. What's the issue? Oh, hey. The ambassador was murdered. The ambassador lies dead in a pool of his own gore. Through his rent clothing, you can make out a row of enormous, deep teeth marks. Even stranger, the wounds appear to be cauterized, even charred in places.
Hello.
Someone or something done to the ambassador. Who would do such a thing? Who knows? He was becoming quite critical of the operation, but that's not proof of anything. Will you investigate? Who, me? I'd hardly consider myself qualified. No, I think she... Not. Okay, you're going to write about it, right? What? In the midst of such an exciting excavation, I'm not certain it would be appropriate to focus on such a thing. It would make for a most troubling story, you know? Okay, let's talk to the artist, then.
Yes.
What's happening out here? Do you see that man's wounds? What kind of monster does that? Take a deep breath. Did you see anything? No, but I don't need to see it to know we're going to die. Do you hear me? Just relax. Panicking will only make it worse. Easy for you to say, I'm not cut out of this. I gotta find a way out of here. Yeah, good luck with that.
Good day to you.
So let's talk to the pretentious businessman. Unfortunate. Let's get this cleaned up, shall we? We wouldn't want to make more of this than it needs to be. Do you know what happened to the man? I'm curious, of course, but what's done is done. We wouldn't want to stir up any unnecessary panic. That simply wouldn't be prudent. Your only concern here is your stake in this operation? Certainly not. I mean, I do have my entire fortune at risk here, and honestly, what good would a public crisis do anyone?
Have a good one.
Right. Let's talk to the socialite.
Good day to you.
Don't touch me. What's happening? Calm down. Are you all right? No, of course I'm not right. I've never seen an actual corpse. I've seen thousands of corpses. You get used to them. You just came stumbling out of the barracks. I screamed for help, but the guards wouldn't even look at me. Maybe you should go lie down for a while.
Have a good one.
Yeah, he's extremely dead. That's a fair point, Riker's beard. We usually rip the blood out of them before they die.
State your business.
Still a little frazzled, are they? Well, you know what they say, time heals all wounds. Except for the ambassador, of course.
Farewell.
Uh-huh. It would appear that an opportunity has arisen for you to redeem yourself, Goblin. This little emergency has set me back a few tank gunners. You just think you have what it takes to fit in for one of them? My tanks are just east of camp. Get out there. Put an end to this silliness. Sure. Why are we suddenly under attack by... Okay, you know what? I don't even care. Should be a tank around here. Oh, here they are. Yep, as usual, they like to layer while you're busy. I feel worries about the driving. Okay. I guess I will get in the turret then. Whoa, there we go. Die, monsters. Oh, hey, it doesn't do ridiculous damage. Holy crap. Where is the music? Hang on, I can fix this. You got it. Attacking while the tail's up. Ah! Oh, time to cast Bolt on Barrett. Where are you taking me, tank? Okay, here we go. Come on, buddy. I know it's a tank and it's kind of slow, but work with me here. So yeah, this quest kind of sucks. Go figure. That's it. The scrubs will clean up the rest. Back to the base we go. Okay, now we can go faster. Oh, excuse me. What the? What happened? Okay. Ach, if an inch or two taller, I'd be dead. Okay, Goblin, this just got weird. Someone thinks they can get rid of me that easily, hmm? We shall see about that. Nothing shall stop this fuck. Nothing! He looks around at the encroaching flames. We should probably get out of here. Hurry up, time is wasting. Follow me. There's much work to be done. Ugh, this is an outrage. You take a group of miserable bandits, make them part of something historical, and this is what you get. Ugh. Good night, Urzos. I'm going to find out who's behind this treachery, and you're going to help me. This work is bigger than you or me. Bigger than anyone knows. These would-be assassins don't know who they're merging with. Oh, by the way, I never confirmed this 100%, but I'm reasonably certain it was Belloc who tried the assassination there. You'll notice Belloc has just kind of left the camp. It's times like these one learns who his friends really are. That building did not explode itself. Someone is trying to do me in, and you won't rest till I find out who. Start with the guests. Visit them, observe their demeanor, report back to me. Oh, okay. I can do that.
Hey there.
Please, Warlock, we need your help. We're being kept in this building against our will, and with the commander on such a tirade, there's no telling what he'll do to us. Perhaps if you were to secure some uniforms, we could sneak away. We never should have come here. I can see that now. If you help us escape, I will write the truth of what happened here. The men on those ships are all dressed in the garb we need.
Safe travels.
Okay, I can deal with that. Let me just scooch over here. Excuse me. I'd like you to die. What? Yep, sorry. Nothing personal. Y'all are dead, though. I just got another demon. Don't you already have, like, 12? Probably closer to 15 at this point. Oh! That's a good point. Is there such a thing as too many demons? I mean, being honest. It's as the elves. I guess they'd know. They know nothing, you say. Very well, the search goes on. I have eyes and ears in every corner of this region. I have heard murmurings that go amongst my troops. I have been most tolerant of this pathetic behavior until now. I will send a message to everyone in my ranks that dissension will not be tolerated. You are to exterminate the captains aboard the ships. They have been among the most disgruntled. You want me to just go? Okay. Sure. Hi, I'm here to kill you because you're upset at your boss. Oh yeah, he's a tyrant. Yeah, exactly. Get with the program, buddy. Welcome to the real world. Hello, Evo. How is your evening going? Excuse me, I guess how is your morning going would be more appropriate then. What? How would you root me? I'm a mage. Or I think you're a warlock. Shut up. No one likes it technically. Oh, I'm sorry, Evo. How many... I guess it's none of my business. I'm a mage. I'm just a different type of mage. A little more purpley. Oh yeah, totally. Like if one of my subordinates was like, "Technically, sir, I believe, excuse me, actually," and then I would just murder them on the spot without hesitation. Just literally tear their head off with my bare hands. It would be very visceral, very wet, and very gross. And extremely satisfying. Oh, trust me, I can wing it, Talia. You can barely see where I'm going because of my demon army. I don't know what you're talking about, Evo. Okay. Turn in. Let's get these poor people, these poor, extremely rich people, who are arguably not even victims, out of here. The aspiring starlet is still asleep.
Glory to the Sindori.
Here's your uniforms.
See you later.
Get out of here. Alright, everyone, follow me and act natural. Oh, that would be really cool as Miristar. We are in Uldum. The zone you didn't even start, if you remember. Very good, Goblin. Come back out back with me. There's something I would like you to see. And that's a bug. This quest has always been bugged. Like, for a very long time. Did you really think you could get away with it, Aramdumia? First you come traipsing into Uldum as if you owned the place, clumsily interfering with my operation. Then you mercilessly kill my loyal workers, which you asked me to do. No buts! Silence! Keep moving! If that were not enough trouble, you sabotaged my ritual and caused Gobbles' death! Also not true. You will pay, Aramdumia. Death by firing squad. That's far enough. I can take it from here, my friends. Report to your master the problem has been dealt with. Tell him there will be no further interruptions. Actually, yeah, Ismaristar, even though it was one word. Be certain there aren't schnots. Deathwing's patience wears thin. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes. Any last words? Beat it, schnots. I'm Harrison. Harrison Jones. You hasn't seen the last of me? Okay. I am shocked that cutscene played properly. The last time I did this, it didn't play properly. Never mind, you know, any other... oh, God, and of course, the quest turn-in isn't here. Why would I say that? Yay! Bugs. Okay. Already given the negative. I'm just that passionate about Uldum. That's what it really is. Although, honestly, I think I'm actually going to call it here. Because we've got a decent chunk of quests over there, and then the 3 dungeons. And that should be a good thing to do tomorrow. Yep, there he is.
Hey there.
So the Snots character's working with Deathwing. This is more distressing than I think.
For the Alliance. Be careful.
So yes, I think we will go ahead and pause here. And tomorrow we will finish the adventures of the Farrier.